If you're awake while everything else feels still, this is a good place to pause. Let a true crime story move at a steady pace, giving your mind something calm to follow. If this helps you relax, leave a like and let me know where you're listening from. This is episode 97. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished quietly from her own home, leaving behind half-finished routines, unanswered questions, and a family that would spend decades searching for clarity that never fully arrived. This is not a story of sudden violence or dramatic confrontation. It is a story about absence, about what it means when someone simply stops existing in the space they once filled, and about how silence itself can become the most unsettling part of a crime. This is the true story of Lisa Stebic. Lisa Stebic lived in the Chicago suburb of Plainfield, Illinois. She was a mother of two young children and worked as an office manager at a medical clinic. Friends described her as organized, dependable, and deeply committed to her kids. Her life revolved around routine. School schedules, work hours, errands, and family obligations structured her days. She was not impulsive. She did not disappear from obligations. When Lisa showed up somewhere, it was because she had planned to be there. At the time of her disappearance in April of 2007, Lisa was in the middle of a contentious divorce from her husband, James Stebic. The separation had been tense and emotionally draining. Court filings detailed arguments over finances, custody, and property. Despite the stress, Lisa continued to live in the family home with her children while James stayed elsewhere. The house remained familiar territory, a place where Lisa believed she could maintain stability for her kids during a difficult transition. On April 30th, Lisa followed her usual routine. She worked a full day at the clinic. She picked up her children. She spoke with coworkers and family members. Nothing about her behavior suggested fear or plans to leave. That evening, she returned home. Sometime after that, Lisa Stebic vanished. When she failed to appear at work the next morning and did not respond to calls, concern began to grow. Lisa had never missed work without notice. She never disappeared without explanation. Friends and family quickly contacted police. When officers entered her home, they found signs that felt incomplete rather than violent. Her car was still there. Her purse and keys were inside. Her phone was left behind. Personal belongings that would be essential for travel remained untouched. There was no clear evidence of a struggle. No broken furniture. No overturned rooms. But there were subtle signs that something was wrong. The house did not look abandoned. It looked interrupted, as if someone had been there and then simply stopped existing mid-routine. Dishes were not fully cleaned. Laundry was not finished. These details suggested Lisa had not planned to leave and had not expected to be gone long. James Stebic immediately became a central figure in the investigation. His divorce from Lisa had been increasingly hostile. Friends of Lisa reported that she felt intimidated by him. Court records showed disputes over money and custody that were escalating rather than calming. Investigators learned that James had expressed anger over the divorce proceedings and fear about losing control over his family life. James told police that he had been at the house that night to pick up some personal belongings. He claimed Lisa was not home when he arrived. He said he left shortly afterward, but his timeline was inconsistent. Surveillance footage, phone records, and witness statements did not align cleanly with his version of events. Each time investigators pressed for clarification, the details shifted slightly. As days passed, search efforts expanded. Volunteers combed nearby wooded areas. Police searched bodies of water, construction sites, and abandoned properties. No trace of Lisa was found. There were no confirmed sightings, no financial activity, no communications. It was as if she had been erased. Investigators began to believe Lisa had never left the house alive. The absence of blood or obvious violence did not eliminate foul play. It suggested control, planning, a situation where force may not have been loud or chaotic. Someone who knew Lisa well would have understood how to avoid drawing attention. Someone familiar with the house would know how to move through it without leaving obvious signs. The case took a darker turn when police discovered that James had made extensive internet searches before Lisa disappeared. Searches included information about poisoning, decomposition, and how long it takes a body to break down. It also looked up information about firearms and silencers. These searches occurred during the same period that the divorce was intensifying. When confronted, James offered vague explanations that failed to convince investigators. Despite growing suspicion, there was still no body. And without physical remains, prosecutors faced significant challenges. Circumstantial evidence can suggest guilt, but absence limits certainty. Years passed with no arrest. Lisa's children grew older without answers. Family members continued to push for progress, refusing to let the case fade quietly into cold files. In 2009, James Stebick was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, even though Lisa's body had never been found. Prosecutors argued that the evidence pointed overwhelmingly toward him. They presented digital records, witness testimony, and the pattern of escalating conflict. They described a man who stood to lose money, reputation, and control, and who may have chosen permanent silence as a solution. The trial was emotionally charged. The defense argued there was no proof Lisa was dead, that she could have left voluntarily, and that assumptions were being made without physical confirmation. The prosecution countered that Lisa's personality, responsibilities, and attachments made voluntary disappearance impossible. They emphasized that nothing about her life suggested she would abandon her children without preparation or contact. In the end, the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict. A mistrial was declared. The case stalled once again. Without new evidence, prosecutors could not move forward. James Stebick remained free. Lisa Stebick remained missing. Years turned into more than a decade. The house was eventually sold. Neighborhoods changed. But the question remained suspended in time. What happened inside that home on that quiet evening? Where Lisa went? How a person so anchored to routine could vanish without leaving a trace? Lisa Stebick was legally declared dead in 2014, not because her body was found, but because the weight of absence became undeniable. Her children continued their lives carrying uncertainty rather than closure. Her family continued to speak her name, refusing to allow silence to become erasure. This story is chilling because it lacks resolution, because it shows how a life can end not with noise, but with disappearance. Because it reminds us that the most frightening crimes are sometimes the ones that leave behind nothing solid to hold on to. No scene to revisit, no final moment to examine, just a space where someone used to be. Lisa Stebick did not vanish in a mystery by choice. She vanished into the gap between what can be proven and what is painfully clear to those who knew her. And that gap, unresolved and quiet, is where this story still lives. Next story, I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded quietly inside a marriage that looked ordinary to everyone on the outside. A case where nothing appeared urgent, violent, or unstable until it was far too late. This is a story about emotional dependence, about a slow erosion of boundaries, and about a woman who trusted the person closest to her while being guided step by step toward her own disappearance. This case did not involve strangers, late-night attacks, or sudden chaos. It unfolded gradually, inside daily routines, inside conversations that sounded normal, and inside a home that never appeared dangerous. This is the true story of Kathleen Peterson. Kathleen Peterson lived in Durham, North Carolina, with her husband Michael Peterson. Kathleen was successful, independent, and deeply respected in her professional life. She worked as a business executive, traveled frequently, and carried herself with confidence. Michael was a novelist and columnist, known for his intelligence, charm, and ability to speak persuasively. Together, they appeared intellectually matched, financially comfortable, and socially active. Their home was large, welcoming, and often filled with guests. Nothing about their lives suggested instability. On a December night in 2001, Kathleen was found dead at the bottom of the staircase in their home. She had suffered severe head injuries. Blood was present on the walls, the floor, and the stairs. Michael called emergency services, claiming Kathleen had fallen after drinking wine and taking medication. He sounded shaken but controlled. He insisted it was an accident. At first, the explanation seemed possible. Stair falls can be fatal. Alcohol had been consumed. There were no obvious signs of forced entry. But as investigators examined the scene more closely, doubts began to form. Kathleen's injuries were extensive, far more severe than expected from a simple fall. The amount of blood suggested prolonged trauma rather than a single impact. The pattern did not align cleanly with an accident. As the investigation deepened, Michael Peterson's life began to unfold in unexpected ways. Authorities learned that he had been involved in multiple secret relationships with men, relationships Kathleen was not aware of. Financial pressures existed beneath the surface of their comfortable lifestyle. Credit card debt was mounting. Kathleen's income supported much of the household. Divorce, exposure, and financial collapse all loomed quietly in the background. Investigators also uncovered a strikingly similar death years earlier. A close family friend in Germany had been found dead at the bottom of a staircase, under circumstances Michael had been present for. That case had been ruled accidental. But now, with Kathleen's death, the resemblance felt too precise to ignore. Michael maintained his innocence. He spoke calmly. He gave interviews. He insisted Kathleen loved him, trusted him, and that their marriage was strong. Supporters described him as incapable of violence. Others saw inconsistencies in his statements, changes in timelines, and emotional reactions that felt controlled rather than spontaneous. The case went to trial, becoming one of the most debated criminal proceedings in modern American history. Experts argued over blood spatter patterns, injury mechanisms, and behavioral evidence. The prosecution painted a picture of a man cornered by secrets, finances, and fear of exposure. The defense argued that the scene was misinterpreted, that the science was flawed, and that a tragic accident had been transformed into a crime. Kathleen Peterson, the person at the center of it all, became almost invisible in the noise of debate. She was not reckless. She was not unstable. She trusted her environment. She trusted her home. And she trusted the man she shared it with. Michael Peterson was ultimately convicted of murder, though the case continued to evolve for years afterward through appeals, overturned evidence, and legal complexities. The truth of exactly what happened on that staircase remains disputed, suspended between certainty and doubt. But what is undeniable is that Kathleen Peterson died inside a place she believed was safe during an ordinary night, without ever realizing how vulnerable she was. This story is chilling because it exists in ambiguity, because certainty remains just out of reach, because it forces us to sit with the idea that truth can be fragmented, layered, and obscured by intelligence and presentation. And because it reminds us that danger does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it exists quietly, inside familiar spaces, waiting for the moment when no one else is watching. Kathleen Peterson did not disappear into darkness. She fell into it, inside her own home, while the world debated what it meant. Next story, I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded behind the doors of a large suburban home. A case that remained confusing for years because it looked like a tragic accident rather than a deliberate crime. This is a story about resentment that grew quietly inside a marriage, about intelligence used for destruction instead of healing, and about how a carefully constructed image can hide a lethal plan in plain sight. This is the true story of Deborah Green. Deborah Green lived in suburban Kansas in the early 1990s. She was a medical doctor, highly educated, disciplined, and outwardly successful. She was married to Michael Farrar, also a physician, and together they had 3 children. To neighbors and colleagues, the family appeared accomplished and stable. They lived in a large home, attended professional events, and moved comfortably within their community. Nothing about their lives suggested danger. What few people knew was that the marriage was quietly collapsing. Deborah and Michael's relationship had deteriorated over time. Arguments became frequent, and resentment settled in. Deborah felt increasingly angry and powerless as the marriage slipped beyond her control. When Michael began considering divorce, Deborah reacted not with open confrontation, but with calculation. She was not impulsive. She was deliberate, and she understood medicine well enough to know how harm could be disguised as coincidence. In 1994, Michael and the children began experiencing unexplained illnesses. Sudden nausea, severe stomach pain, vomiting, symptoms that came and went without a clear cause. At first, doctors were puzzled. Food poisoning was suspected. Viral illness was considered. No one immediately imagined intentional poisoning inside a doctor's home. But the illnesses kept returning. Michael became increasingly suspicious. He noticed that symptoms often appeared after Deborah prepared meals. He began keeping notes, quietly observing patterns without confronting her directly. His instincts told him something was wrong, but the idea that his wife, a physician, would deliberately poison her own family felt unthinkable. Eventually, tests revealed the presence of ricin, a deadly toxin derived from castor beans. It was not something a person would encounter accidentally. Ricin requires knowledge, preparation, and intent. Investigators became involved. Deborah denied everything. She claimed the symptoms were stress-related. She blamed Michael. She maintained composure. Before the investigation could fully resolve, the family was shaken by another event. In May of 1995, a massive fire broke out in the family home late at night. Flames spread rapidly. Michael and the children managed to escape. Deborah did not. She died in the fire. At first, it was assumed she had been trapped. A tragic end to a troubled situation. The case appeared closed, but something did not sit right. Fire investigators began analyzing the scene more closely. They found evidence suggesting the fire had been intentionally set with multiple ignition points. This was not an accident. This was arson, and the way the fire had been started suggested planning, not panic. Investigators reached a disturbing conclusion. Deborah had set the fire herself. The theory was chilling in its logic. Deborah, facing divorce, potential criminal charges, and loss of control over her family, had decided to destroy everything by setting the fire at night. She likely believed her husband and children would die in their sleep. When they escaped, her plan failed. She remained inside, either by choice or miscalculation, and died in the flames she had created. The investigation that followed uncovered more evidence of her earlier poisoning attempts. Notes, chemical knowledge, timelines that aligned too closely to be ignored. What initially looked like a tragic household accident was revealed to be the final act of a long, silent campaign of harm. Michael and the children survived, but their lives were permanently altered. They had lived for months inside a home where danger came not from strangers, but from someone trusted completely. The person meant to heal had instead chosen to hurt. The person trained to preserve life had methodically tried to end it. This case is chilling because it does not rely on brutality or sudden violence. It relies on patience, on intelligence, on the understanding that harm can be delivered quietly, repeatedly, and invisibly. Deborah Green did not lash out in rage. She planned. She waited. She believed she could control the outcome. Her story reminds us that danger does not always look reckless or unstable. Sometimes it looks educated, composed, and calm. Sometimes it lives inside routine, inside shared meals, inside the assumption that home is safe. And sometimes, the most frightening crimes are the ones that almost succeed without anyone noticing at all. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded behind routine phone calls, friendly voices, and an image of reliability that no one questioned for years. This is a story about access, about how trust can become a weapon, and about a man who used his position not to help, but to hunt quietly without drawing attention. This case did not rely on chaos or fear in public spaces. It relied on familiarity. This is the true story of Bruce MacArthur. Bruce MacArthur lived in Toronto, Canada, and for most of his adult life, he was seen as harmless. He worked as a landscaper. He was polite, soft-spoken, and dependable. Many of his clients were elderly or lived alone, and they trusted him completely. He also volunteered within the city's LGBTQ community, particularly among older gay men. He was friendly, present, and helpful. No one saw him as a threat. That was exactly what allowed him to remain invisible for so long. Over the years, men began disappearing from Toronto's gay village. The disappearances were spread out, sometimes months or years apart. Many of the missing men were immigrants, some with limited family connections, others with unstable housing or small social circles. When they vanished, there was concern, but not urgency. It was assumed they had moved, drifted, or chosen to disconnect. The pattern did not immediately look like murder. It looked like absence. Bruce MacArthur knew this. He understood which lives would be quietly overlooked. He met his victims through dating apps, community events, or social gatherings. He appeared calm and unthreatening. He invited them into his orbit slowly, building trust through conversation and shared familiarity. Once that trust was established, he brought them to private spaces where control shifted completely. What happened next remained hidden for years. Police investigated the disappearances, but without bodies or clear evidence, the cases stalled. Concerns were raised by members of the community, but they were not taken seriously at first. Time passed. Men continued to vanish. Bruce continued his routines. He showed up to work. He chatted with neighbors. He volunteered. He blended in. The case finally began to unravel in 2017, when police connected Bruce MacArthur to one of the missing men through digital evidence. A search of his apartment revealed photographs stored on electronic devices. These images documented men restrained, posed, and lifeless. The evidence was undeniable. What investigators had feared quietly for years was suddenly impossible to ignore. Further searches uncovered remains hidden in planters at properties where Bruce had worked as a landscaper. The discovery was horrifying not only because of the number of victims, but because of how close the remains had been to everyday life. Homes, gardens, places meant to feel safe. The murders have been integrated into normal routines so seamlessly that no one noticed. Bruce MacArthur was arrested and charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder. As details emerged, the scope of his crimes became clearer. He had used his work, his volunteer roles, and his age to disarm suspicion. He targeted men he believed would not be immediately missed. He relied on the assumption that their disappearances would be explained away. At trial, survivors from the community listened as the story unfolded. Families learned what had happened to loved ones who had simply stopped calling one day. Investigators described how long it took to connect the dots and how easily normalcy had protected a predator. In 2019, Bruce MacArthur pleaded guilty to 8 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 25 years. The case prompted deep reflection in Toronto about whose lives are considered urgent, whose disappearances demand action, and how long silence can last before it becomes dangerous. This story is chilling because nothing about it was loud. There were no warnings that demanded attention. Just routines, conversations, app messages, familiar faces, and beneath it all, a man who understood exactly how to hide violence inside normal life. The men Bruce MacArthur killed did not disappear suddenly. They were slowly removed from a city that did not realize how many voices had gone quiet. Their absence was explained away until it could no longer be ignored. And by then, the silence had lasted far too long. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marion Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but two have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London streets and was never caught. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goth became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt. Feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about power, silence, and the cost of speaking the truth. It is the story of how an industry built on dreams and fame allowed one man to control women's futures through fear. This is the story of Harvey Weinstein and the system that helped him stay untouchable for decades. For years, Harvey Weinstein was one of the most powerful figures in Hollywood. As the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, he produced dozens of award-winning films that shaped modern cinema. He stood on the stages of the Academy Awards, shaking hands with actors, directors, and politicians. His name appeared in movie credits alongside some of the greatest titles of the 1990s and 2000s. To the public, he was the man who made stars. Inside the industry, he was feared. Weinstein's story began in Queens, New York, where he and his brother Bob grew up in a working-class family. In the 1970s, the two founded Miramax, naming it after their parents, Miriam and Max. They began by distributing small independent films, slowly building a reputation for bringing daring stories to mainstream audiences. By the 1990s, Miramax was a powerhouse. It released Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, and countless others that defined a generation. But behind the scenes, Harvey Weinstein ruled through intimidation. Colleagues described him as explosive, controlling, and obsessed with dominance. He shouted at assistants, humiliated executives, and demanded absolute loyalty. That same hunger for power extended beyond his office and into his relationships with women. In hotel suites, production offices, and film festivals, Weinstein used his position to lure aspiring actresses and employees into situations where he could exploit them. He would promise career opportunities, auditions, or roles, but once alone, he would corner them, harass them, or assault them. Many women described the same routine, a meeting about work that turned into pressure, coercion, and threats. For years, the rumors spread quietly. Agents warned their clients to be careful. Some assistants tried to speak up, but were silenced by non-disclosure agreements or fear of losing their careers. Hollywood's culture of secrecy made it easy for him to operate. His films employed thousands, his influence stretched across studios, and his donations reached politicians and charities. Speaking against him meant risking everything. When women did try to go public, the system around Weinstein reacted to protect him. Lawyers threatened lawsuits. Tabloids were used to discredit victims. In some cases, private investigators were hired to track women who were considering speaking out. The first public cracks appeared in 2015 when actress Ashley Judd mentioned an unnamed studio executive who had made inappropriate advances toward her. Her story drew attention, but no one named Weinstein yet. That would change 2 years later. In October 2017, the New York Times published an article by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey detailing multiple allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Harvey Weinstein, spanning 3 decades. Within days, The New Yorker followed with another investigation by Ronan Farrow, containing even more accounts, including women describing rape and intimidation. The stories shared chilling similarities: hotel meetings, locked doors, demands for massages, and threats when they refused. The impact was immediate. Dozens of women, actresses, assistants, models, journalists came forward. Among them were well-known names like Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, Rosanna Arquette, and Salma Hayek. Many had remained silent for years, afraid of what would happen if they challenged a man so deeply connected to the industry. As the accusations grew, so did the realization that this was not an isolated case of one predator. It was a window into how Hollywood had normalized abuse of power for decades. The story ignited a movement. Women across industries began sharing their own experiences under the hashtag #MeToo, a phrase originally coined by activist Turner Burke years earlier to support survivors of sexual violence. Within months, the #MeToo movement became a global reckoning. Harvey Weinstein was fired from his own company and expelled from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. His empire crumbled overnight. But the real test would come in court. In 2020, after years of legal battles, Weinstein stood trial in New York. 6 women testified, describing how he had assaulted them and used his power to silence them. The prosecution presented a pattern of manipulation, using his position as a gatekeeper of careers to control young women's lives. The defense tried to argue that the encounters were consensual and part of the power dynamics of the industry. The jury disagreed. Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Later, additional charges in California led to another conviction, adding 16 more years to his sentence. Once one of the most powerful men in entertainment, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The consequences went far beyond Weinstein himself. His downfall opened a floodgate. Executives, directors, journalists, and politicians across the world faced new scrutiny. Victims who had stayed silent for years finally spoke out. Entire organizations reevaluated their policies on harassment and consent. For many women, the movement represented the first time their voices were believed. Yet for others, it was a painful reminder of how long the system had ignored them. Some of Weinstein's victims had tried to report him in the 1990s, but were dismissed or paid off through settlements that buried their stories. The legal structures that protected powerful men for so long, non-disclosure agreements, private arbitration, and corporate complicity, began to crumble only after the media exposure. The film industry has tried to move forward, but the scars remain. Many survivors of Weinstein's abuse continue to deal with trauma, therapy, and careers that never recovered. Some left the industry entirely. The #MeToo movement, though transformative, also faced backlash. Critics claimed it created fear and overcorrection. But its impact was undeniable. It changed how the world talks about consent, accountability, and power. Weinstein's case showed how abuse can hide in plain sight when wealth and influence are involved. He surrounded himself with enablers, lawyers, publicists, and executives who benefited from his success and looked away from his crimes. In the end, his downfall was not only a personal collapse, but an indictment of an entire culture that prioritized money and fame over humanity. When he entered the courtroom in handcuffs, limping and pale, the image symbolized the end of an era, the moment when power no longer guaranteed protection. For decades, Hollywood had rewarded silence. Now, silence had finally broken. Harvey Weinstein will likely die in prison. His name, once attached to golden statues and glamorous parties, now stands as a warning, a symbol of what happens when power goes unchecked. But the women who spoke out did more than expose one man. They exposed a system built on fear and silence. And they changed the world by refusing to stay quiet. Their voices created a movement that outlived his power, proving that even in the darkest corners of fame, truth still finds a way to be heard. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's destroyed reputations and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished 8th. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a neighborhood that became a nightmare, about secrets hidden beneath a family home, and about how evil can flourish for years when communities fail to ask the right questions. In the working-class neighborhoods of Philadelphia during the 1980s, Gary Heidnik seemed like an unlikely suspect for anything sinister. He was a self-made millionaire who had invested wisely in the stock market, accumulating significant wealth despite having only a high school education. He lived quietly in a modest house in North Philadelphia, occasionally attending his self-founded church. But inside that unremarkable house, Gary was creating a dungeon where he would hold women captive, subjecting them to months of unspeakable treatment. This is the story of Gary Heidnik, who between November 1986 and March 1987 held 6 women captive in the basement of his Philadelphia home. He kept them chained in a pit he had dug in the concrete floor, providing minimal food and subjecting them to terrible conditions. Two of his captives did not survive their imprisonment. His arrest in March 1987 revealed a horror that shocked the city and exposed how vulnerable populations can be targeted by predators who understand that society will not immediately notice their disappearance. Gary Michael Heidnik was born on November 22, 1943, in Eastlake, Ohio. His childhood was marked by severe dysfunction and trauma that shaped his disturbed psychology. His parents had a turbulent marriage filled with constant conflict and mutual hostility. They divorced when Gary was young, and he was caught in the middle of their bitter custody battle, shuffled between households where he never felt wanted or safe. His mother struggled with substance issues and made multiple attempts to end her own life while Gary was in her care. Witnessing these traumatic events damaged him deeply. His father was cold and emotionally distant, showing no warmth or affection. Nothing Gary did was ever good enough to earn his father's approval. At school, Gary was tormented by other children. He had a misshapen head from a childhood accident that left permanent damage, and other children mocked him constantly. He also had a severe stutter that made speaking difficult and embarrassing. The combination of difficulties at home and bullying at school left Gary isolated and angry, with no healthy outlets for his emotions. Despite his troubled background, Gary showed above-average intelligence. He became fascinated with finance and investing, studying the stock market obsessively. He also developed an interest in religion, though his understanding of it became deeply distorted. He founded his own church, which existed primarily as a way to avoid taxes, but also fed his growing delusions about his own importance. Gary joined the Army in 1961 at age 16, serving as a cook. He was competent at his work, but remained socially isolated. During this time, he had what was described as a nervous breakdown and received a medical discharge. He was diagnosed with personality disorders and given a disability pension. Despite these documented mental health issues, he never received effective long-term treatment. In 1968, Gary was convicted of assault against a teenage employee. He was sentenced to prison, but served only 18 months before being paroled. This early release would prove catastrophic, as the system had identified him as someone with violent tendencies, but released him anyway, giving him opportunity to commit far worse crimes. After his release, Gary moved back to the Philadelphia area. Despite his mental health struggles, he was shrewd with money. He invested his disability payments wisely and accumulated significant wealth through the stock market. He used this money to purchase a house in North Philadelphia and to support his growing obsessions. By the mid-1980s, Gary had become fixated on the idea of having complete control over others. He began planning to create what he called a baby farm, where he would hold women captive and force them to have children. This delusion consumed him, and he began preparing his house for this purpose. In November 1986, Gary began his campaign of kidnapping. His first victim was a young woman he lured to his house with promises of money. Once inside, he attacked her and dragged her to the basement where he had prepared a pit in the concrete floor. He chained her there and told her she would remain until she provided him with a child. Over the following weeks, Gary kidnapped 5 more women, all from vulnerable populations. He targeted individuals involved in street life or those struggling with substance issues, women he believed would not be immediately missed. He held them all captive in the basement pit, chained together in darkness and terrible conditions. The conditions in the basement were nightmarish. The women received minimal food, often just bread and water. They were forced to live in extremely unsanitary circumstances. Gary would periodically come down to harm them, using various methods as punishment for perceived disobedience. When one of the captives passed away from the terrible conditions and mistreatment, Gary's response was to make the situation even worse. He forced the surviving women to participate in disposing of the remains. This psychological torture added another layer of horror to their captivity. A second woman later passed away under similar circumstances. Gary continued to hold the remaining 4 women captive, and the situation became increasingly desperate. But one of the women, the first he had kidnapped, began to manipulate Gary psychologically. She convinced him that she cared for him and wanted to help him find more women for his plan. Gary eventually trusted her enough to allow her to leave the house temporarily. On March 24th, 1987, he drove her to visit her family, and she had promised to return with additional victims. Instead, the moment she was free, she ran to police and told them everything. Officers initially struggled to believe her story as it seemed too horrible to be real. But she led them to Gary's address and gave details that convinced them to investigate. Police obtained a warrant and raided the house on March 24th, 1987. Inside the basement, they found the 3 remaining captives chained in deplorable conditions. The evidence of what had occurred was overwhelming. Gary was arrested immediately and charged with multiple serious offenses, including kidnapping and taking lives. During his trial in 1988, Gary's defense team argued he was legally insane and not responsible for his actions. But prosecutors demonstrated that Gary had planned carefully, maintained his financial affairs, and taken steps to avoid detection, showing he understood his actions were wrong. On November 4th, 1988, Gary Heidnik was convicted and sentenced to end his life by execution. He spent years on death row at a Pennsylvania facility. On July 6th, 1999, the sentence was carried out. He was 55 years old. His case inspired elements of the character in the film The Silence of the Lambs, though that fictional character was an amalgamation of several real criminals. The house where the crimes occurred was later torn down. Gary Heidnik's story revealed how predators target society's most vulnerable members, understanding that marginalized individuals can disappear without triggering immediate searches. It exposed failures in mental health systems. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who terrorized 2 nations, about a killer who crossed borders to escape justice, and about how one person's violence sparked international cooperation and law enforcement that changed how countries work together to catch criminals. In the dusty border towns between the United States and Mexico during the late 1950s and early 1960s, a drifter was moving back and forth across the border, leaving behind a trail of violence that authorities in both countries were slow to connect. He would commit crimes in one nation, then flee across the border before police could identify him. He exploited the limited communication between law enforcement agencies and the jurisdictional challenges of cross-border crime. For years, he remained one step ahead of investigators who did not yet realize they were hunting the same person. This is the story of Angel Maturino Resendez, known as the Railroad Killer. Between 1986 and 1999, he traveled across the United States using the freight train system, ending the lives of at least 15 people near railroad tracks in Texas, Kentucky, Illinois, and other states. He would ride freight trains from town to town, exit near residential areas close to the tracks, and break into homes where he would harm the occupants and steal items before hopping another train to leave the area. His method of using the railroad system made him extremely difficult to track until investigators finally connected the cases and recognized the pattern. Angel Maturino Resendez was born on August 1st, 1959, in Izúcar de Matamoros, Mexico. He grew up in severe poverty, one of many children in a family that struggled to provide basic necessities. His childhood was marked by neglect and lack of supervision. He received minimal education and spent much of his youth wandering, learning to survive on the streets. As a teenager, Angel began illegally crossing into the United States, seeking work and opportunities. He discovered the freight train system that crisscrosses America, learning how to hop trains and travel for free across vast distances. This lifestyle suited his restless nature and gave him mobility that would later facilitate his crimes. Angel had numerous encounters with law enforcement on both sides of the border throughout his 20s and 30s. He was arrested multiple times for burglary, trespassing, and immigration violations. He would be deported to Mexico, then illegally returned to the United States. This cycle repeated many times, and the various arrests were never connected into a comprehensive understanding of his patterns and escalating behavior. By the late 1980s, Angel had begun committing more serious crimes. He would ride freight trains to small towns, exit near residential areas adjacent to the tracks, and break into homes to steal items. Initially, these were simple burglaries, but the violence escalated over time. He began harming people he encountered during break-ins, unable or unwilling to leave witnesses behind. His method created unique challenges for investigators. He would commit a crime in one town, then hop a freight train and be hundreds of miles away before the crime was even discovered. He crossed state lines constantly, meaning different law enforcement agencies were investigating crimes without realizing they were connected. The geographic spread and jurisdictional complications made pattern recognition extremely difficult. Angel's victims were usually people who lived in homes near railroad tracks, often in quiet residential areas where the sound of trains was constant and neighbors might not notice someone walking near the tracks. He would watch homes from the railroad right of way, selecting targets that seemed vulnerable. He would break in through windows or doors, surprising the occupants. The violence escalated through the 1990s. In Texas, Kentucky, Illinois, and other states, people were found deceased in their homes near railroad tracks. Some victims were elderly, others were younger. Some lived alone, others were couples. The common factor was proximity to rail lines, but investigators did not initially connect these geographically distant cases. The breakthrough came in 1999 when evidence from multiple crime scenes was finally compiled and analyzed together. Forensic evidence, including fingerprints, matched across several cases. Investigators recognized that the proximity to railroad tracks was not coincidental, but part of the perpetrator's method. They realized they were hunting someone who used the freight train system to travel and select victims. A task force was formed combining federal, state, and local law enforcement. The FBI became involved due to the interstate nature of the crimes. Investigators began working with railroad companies to understand freight routes and schedules. They created a profile of someone who knew how to hop trains, understood the system, and was using it as transportation between crime locations. In June 1999, Angel attacked a couple in Texas, but the woman survived despite serious injuries. She provided a description that helped investigators. Law enforcement intensified their search, and Angel's identity was determined through fingerprint matches across multiple crime scenes. His photograph was distributed to media outlets on both sides of the border. Angel's sister, who lived in the United States, recognized her brother from the news coverage. She contacted an attorney and convinced Angel to surrender rather than face potentially being harmed during capture. Through this unusual negotiation, Angel agreed to turn himself into Texas Rangers at the international border on July 13, 1999. After his arrest, Angel confessed to numerous attacks spanning over a decade. He was linked definitively to at least 15 cases, though investigators believe there may have been more victims whose cases were never connected to him. He was tried in Texas and convicted in 2000. He was sentenced to execution, and the sentence was carried out on June 27, 2006. He was 46 years old. The railroad killer case changed how law enforcement agencies share information across jurisdictions. It demonstrated the importance of databases that can identify patterns across state and national boundaries. It led to improved cooperation between U.S. and Mexican authorities and better tracking of individuals who repeatedly cross borders. Angel Resendez's crimes revealed vulnerabilities in how mobile criminals could exploit jurisdictional boundaries and limited information sharing. His victims were ordinary people living in homes that happened to be near railroad tracks, a proximity that made them targets for someone who had learned to use America's freight rail system as his personal transportation network for violence. The case stands as a reminder that some criminals exploit geography and systems in ways that require unprecedented cooperation between agencies to stop them. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who saw dollar signs in human suffering, about babies who became commodities, and about how desperate mothers were exploited by someone who promised help but delivered only tragedy. In the Victorian slums of London during the 1860s and 1870s, unwed mothers faced impossible choices. Pregnancy outside marriage brought crushing social shame that could destroy a woman's life and her family's reputation. Many desperate women sought baby farmers, people who would take infants for a fee and supposedly care for them or place them with adoptive families. Amelia Dyer ran one of the most successful baby farming operations in England, presenting herself as a kind woman who provided a service to those in need. But the babies placed in her care were never seen again. This is the story of Amelia Dyer, one of Victorian England's most prolific killers. Between the 1860s and 1896, she is believed to have ended the lives of over 400 infants, though the exact number will never be known. She would accept babies from desperate mothers for a fee, promising to care for them or arrange adoptions. Instead, she would end their lives shortly after receiving them, keep the money, and continue advertising for more clients. Her crimes were discovered in 1896 when bodies began surfacing in the River Thames, wrapped in packages that were eventually traced back to her. Amelia Elizabeth Hobley was born in 1837 in a village near Bristol, England. She came from a respectable working-class family and received more education than was typical for girls of her social class. She trained as a nurse and seemed destined for a respectable life helping others. She married and had a daughter, but her husband passed away young, leaving Amelia to support herself and her child. Amelia struggled financially as a widow and began looking for ways to earn money. She learned about baby farming, a practice where women took in infants for payment. Some baby farmers provided legitimate care or helped arrange adoptions, but others saw it as an opportunity for profit without the burden of actually caring for children, and Amelia fell into this latter category. She began taking in babies in the 1860s, advertising her services in newspapers. Initially, she may have provided some care, but she quickly realized that keeping infants alive was expensive and labor-intensive. She discovered that ending their lives shortly after receiving them maximized profit while minimizing work. She would collect fees from mothers who believed their babies would be cared for, then dispose of the infants and keep the money. Amelia's method was simple. She would strangle babies with dressmaking tape or allow them to starve, then wrap the bodies in cloth and dump them in rivers or bury them in various locations. Many bodies were never found, and those that surfaced were often too decomposed to identify. In an era before fingerprints, DNA, or systematic record-keeping, tracking missing infants was nearly impossible. She targeted the most vulnerable mothers, young unmarried women who had become pregnant, facing terrible social stigma in Victorian society. These women were desperate to hide their situations and willing to pay for discretion. They had no power to demand accountability or follow up on their children's welfare, and Amelia exploited this powerlessness ruthlessly. Amelia moved frequently, operating under different names in various towns to avoid suspicion. When neighbors began noticing the lack of crying babies or questioning why infants arrived but quickly disappeared, she would simply relocate and begin again elsewhere. She operated her deadly business for approximately 30 years. Her crimes might have continued indefinitely, but in 1896 she made a critical mistake. A bargeman found a package floating in the Thames containing the body of an infant. The child had been strangled with tape. More packages were discovered over the following days, all containing infant bodies wrapped similarly. Police investigating the packages found a label with an address that led them to Amelia Dyer. When police arrested Amelia in April 1896, they found evidence of her baby farming operation throughout her home. They discovered correspondence with mothers arranging to place their babies, receipts for fees collected, and items belonging to infants who had disappeared. They found the tape she used for strangling. The evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. Amelia initially attempted to claim insanity, a defense she had successfully used during a previous arrest years earlier for a lesser charge. But prosecutors demonstrated she was fully aware of her actions and had operated her business systematically and deliberately for decades. She understood what she was doing was wrong, which was why she hid evidence and moved frequently to avoid detection. Her trial in May 1896 lasted just 2 days. The evidence was clear and comprehensive. Amelia eventually confessed to at least some of the crimes, though she never revealed the full extent of her activities. She was convicted and sentenced to execution by hanging. On June 10, 1896, Amelia Dyer was hanged at Newgate Prison in London. She was 57 years old, Before her execution, she wrote letters attempting to take full responsibility and absolve others who might have known about her activities, though the sincerity of these letters is questionable. Investigators attempted to determine how many babies Amelia had actually taken and disposed of during her career. By examining her addresses, correspondence, and recovered bodies, they estimated she had been responsible for possibly 400 infant deaths, though the true number may have been higher. Many victims were never identified, and their mothers never knew what had happened to the babies they had entrusted to Amelia's care. The Amelia Dyer case shocked Victorian England and led to reforms in how fostering and adoption were regulated. The Infant Life Protection Act was strengthened, requiring registration of individuals taking in infants and regular inspections of baby farming operations. These reforms came too late for Amelia's victims, but helped protect future children from similar predators. Her case revealed the vulnerability of infants born into poverty or outside marriage in Victorian society. These babies were seen as shameful burdens rather than innocent lives deserving protection. The social stigma around unmarried motherhood created conditions where women felt they had no choice but to surrender their children to people like Amelia, trusting promises that were complete fabrications. The mothers who had given their babies to Amelia lived with devastating guilt when they learned the truth. Many had believed their children were being raised in good homes, never suspecting they had paid someone to end their babies' lives. Some mothers had been coerced by families desperate to hide scandal, adding another layer of tragedy to already heartbreaking situations. Amelia Dyer stands as one of history's most prolific serial killers, someone who turned caregiving into a business of death. She exploited society's most vulnerable people for profit, understanding that Victorian England's rigid moral code created desperate situations she could manipulate. Her crimes demonstrated how poverty, shame, and lack of social support systems create opportunities for predators, and how easily lives can be destroyed when society values reputation over protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a suburban disappearance that never looked like a disappearance, about a woman whose absence was mistaken for a vacation, and about an isolated man whose calm exterior hid a homicide unfolding just a few feet from his neighbors. This case unfolded in Salem, Oregon, in a development of ranch-style houses built in the early 1990s. It was the kind of neighborhood built for stability. Driveways were wide, garages were clean, and every house had a nearly identical roofline. Residents liked the sameness. It made life predictable, and predictable felt safe. Among the residents was a man named Aaron Darby, 46 years old, an accountant who worked remotely for a Portland firm. His life had a mechanical rhythm. Every morning his curtains opened at the same moment, almost like clockwork. The neighbors grew used to the sight of him sitting at his dining table, tapping on a laptop with an expression that never changed. He took short walks alone. He carried reusable grocery bags with military neatness. He never raised his voice, never caused a scene, never drew attention. His quietness made him invisible. Across the street lived a woman named Melanie Ross, 52, known on the block for being friendly in a soft, warm way that made people feel welcome without feeling intruded upon. She worked at an insurance office and kept a garden that overflowed with plants she nurtured for years. She helped elderly neighbors with small tasks and kept track of birthdays. She was the quiet center of the community, always calm, always steady. Melanie and Aaron had the most basic type of neighbor relationship. She greeted him. He nodded. She asked if he needed help bringing in groceries once. He declined with a small gesture. She accepted that he preferred solitude and never pushed further. Early that spring, Melanie told her next-door neighbors that she was planning a short break. Work had been stressful. She felt worn down. A few days away sounded like the reset she needed. She mentioned this casually, the way someone mentions cleaning the garage or reorganizing the kitchen. No one thought much of it. She tended her garden a day before she disappeared, pulling weeds and trimming branches with her usual patience. She placed her tools in a neat row against the shed, predicting she would use them again in a week or two. But she would never return to them. The timeline became clearer only after investigators reconstructed the events. On a mild spring evening, Melanie walked across the street to return a piece of mail that had been mistakenly placed in her box. It was the kind of small, neighborly errand she did without thinking. The street was quiet. The sky was darkening. Porch lights glowed one by one. She carried the envelope, expecting to hand it over and be back home within a minute. She reached Aaron's driveway. Security cameras on the block captured her silhouette approaching his house. After that moment, she was never seen walking back. The next morning, her home looked untouched. Her car sat in the driveway. Curtains remained closed. Neighbors assumed she had left early for her trip. That assumption solidified into belief as the day passed. Months later, neighbors would replay those days in their minds, wondering how they missed what now seemed so obvious. In the first week after her disappearance, no one worried. She had mentioned travel. People took that as fact. Her mail started piling up, but that was normal for someone gone on vacation. A delivery hung on the doorknob for several days, but neighbors avoided touching it, not wanting to intrude. Her garden began to look neglected, but people assumed she would be back to fix it. A coworker tried calling her once, then twice, then left messages about missing her at work. She never responded, but people at the office thought she may have simply extended her time away. Silence became explanation. Weeks passed, then months. Across the street, Aaron maintained his life with robotic consistency. He left his house at the same time every Tuesday to take out trash bins. He stacked recycling like an engineer. He worked quietly. He cooked alone. When neighbors saw him, he nodded once with that same blank expression. Nothing in his behavior suggested panic, fear, or even mild stress. He had removed all traces of what happened the night Melanie disappeared. The garage floor, where an abrupt and fatal confrontation had occurred, had been cleaned with a thoroughness that felt colder than the act itself. A portion of the floor had been replaced, not large enough to raise suspicion, but precise enough to eliminate evidence. He had placed Melanie's body in a large handmade wooden box, meticulously crafted, almost like a piece of furniture. The box was sealed, reinforced, and carried to an overgrown drainage area behind several houses during the early hours of the morning, when no one was awake. He set it down among shrubs and branches, blending it into the landscape. Then he went home and opened his curtains at 7:30, exactly on time. For the next 3 months, he lived normally. He ate the same meals. He walked the same routes. He watched neighbors speculate mildly about Melanie's extended break, but said nothing himself. No one wondered why he was so unconcerned. After all, he had never been someone who involved himself in community conversations. The discovery came by accident. A city worker was assigned to inspect the drainage issue after residents reported minor flooding during heavy rain. He walked along the overgrown path behind the houses and noticed a wooden structure partially buried under leaves. Thinking it was discarded household junk, he attempted to move it and realized it was heavier than expected. When he opened it, the truth emerged. Police traced the box to Aaron using purchase records, tool marks, and eventually a search of his garage that revealed remnants of the materials used to construct it. When detectives confronted him, his reaction was disturbingly calm. There was no denial, no emotional outburst, just a flat, almost detached acceptance. His explanation, given without quotes or dramatic details, was that the confrontation with Melanie had stemmed from a deep-rooted resentment he had never expressed. He had misinterpreted her friendliness as intrusion, then fixated on it until it consumed his thoughts. He waited for an opportunity. When she came to return the misdelivered mail, he acted. The decision was sudden, but the cover-up was slow, organized, and chilling in its method. He lived with it for 3 months, maintaining his routines, blending seamlessly into the quiet of the neighborhood. Aaron was eventually sentenced to life in prison. The courtroom described him as a man whose emotional detachment made the case more disturbing than its physical details. A homicide carried out without chaos, without visible anger, and without any sign to the outside world. Neighbors struggled to understand how something so horrific had occurred so close to their peaceful homes without anyone noticing a shift, a sound, or a sign. It became a case that haunted the area long after Aaron was removed from the neighborhood. A reminder that danger can hide not in violent outbursts or obvious hostility, but in silence, isolation, and the quiet interior lives of people no one really knows. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a remote farmhouse on a long gravel road, about a family that carried its history like a shadow, and about how isolation can turn ordinary struggles into something far more dangerous when nobody is watching closely enough. In the late 1980s in rural Nebraska, there was a wide stretch of farmland surrounded by cornfields that seemed to go on forever. At the edge of this landscape stood an old two-story farmhouse with a rusted windmill and a row of oak trees lining the driveway. The property belonged to the Carlson family. The father, Henry, had inherited the land from his parents. His wife, Marie, handled the household. Their son, Ben, spent most afternoons repairing farm equipment or helping with the livestock. People in the closest town knew the Carlsons as a private family who preferred to handle everything on their own. Life on the farm was quiet, but it also allowed isolation to have too much influence. The Carlsons rarely visited town except for supplies. They did not attend community events or church gatherings. Many families in the area were similarly independent, so nobody thought much of it. But neighbors did notice one detail. Henry had a younger brother named Samuel who lived with them after returning from a long period away. Samuel rarely came outside. He was occasionally seen through the barn doorway or at the edge of the property during sunset, but he kept to himself in a way that felt different from the others. In the spring of 1989, stores in the nearby town reported that the Carlsons had stopped coming in altogether. They placed phone orders and asked for deliveries to be left at the gate. When asked if everything was all right, Marie always said they were managing fine and did not want to bother anyone. Weeks turned into months, and nobody saw Samuel at all during this time. People assumed he was traveling again or working elsewhere. The turning point came in late autumn when the local postal carrier noticed that packages addressed to Samuel were piling up on the porch. Some were medical statements. Others were letters from state agencies. They remained unopened for weeks. When the carrier mentioned this to a deputy during a casual conversation, the deputy decided to perform a wellness check. In rural areas, wellness checks are usually quick and uneventful. But this one took a different direction. When the deputy arrived, Henry stepped out from a barn and tried to wave him off. He said the family was preparing for winter and did not have time for visitors. The deputy explained that unopened mail for a family member triggered concern. Henry insisted everything was fine, but as they spoke, the deputy noticed something odd. The windows of the house were covered from the inside, not with curtains, but with sheets of plywood. The windmill behind the house was bound with rope to prevent it from turning, something farmers rarely do unless there is structural damage. And Samuel's truck sat in the same spot where it had rested months earlier, tires sinking slightly into the soil. The deputy requested to speak with Marie. She appeared at the back door, looking tired and unsettled. When asked about Samuel's whereabouts, she hesitated before saying he was staying with relatives. The deputy asked for the relative's contact information. She said she did not have it. The deputy knew this did not match the unopened mail that clearly showed Samuel was still registered at the farm. He radioed for permission to conduct a more thorough check. Inside the house, investigators found signs that something had gone wrong long before the visit. The living room was sparse, as if furniture had been removed. The kitchen table held stacks of financial documents with Samuel's name on them, each stamped overdue. In a locked storage room, they discovered personal belongings that should not have been untouched. There were Samuel's jackets, his tools, and notebooks he had kept while working on the farm. Everything was undisturbed, as if he had simply vanished without preparing to leave. A deeper search led to the basement. The entrance was blocked by a heavy shelving unit, but when investigators moved it aside, they found a small stairway leading into a dimly lit room. The space was cold, with concrete walls and a narrow bed. Medical wrappers and empty water jugs were scattered near the corner. There were marks on the wall, showing days counted in long rows. The final row ended abruptly. Investigators concluded that Samuel had been living in the basement for an extended period. The evidence suggested he had been kept there under the guise of treatment. Records later revealed he struggled with mental health issues after returning home years earlier. The family, believing they could manage his care alone, had isolated him from the world. They avoided hospitals and refused outside support. At some point, the situation escalated into severe neglect, and Samuel's condition deteriorated beyond recovery. Forensic teams searched the entire property, eventually discovering remains buried beneath the old windmill. The findings indicated Samuel had passed away at least a year before the investigation began. Instead of seeking help or reporting his death, the family had concealed it, continuing to accept medical reimbursements and disability benefits in his name. The plywood-covered windows, the restricted access to the farm, and the halted visits to town were all part of their attempt to hide the truth. Henry and Marie faced charges related to neglect, concealment, and fraud. The court heard testimony about their belief that they were caring for Samuel privately, but the evidence showed a long pattern of control, fear, and an unwillingness to let professionals intervene. Their son, Ben, testified that he had tried to convince his parents to seek help, but they refused, insisting that outsiders would break the family apart. The town reacted with a mixture of grief and disbelief. Many had assumed the Carlsons were simply private people coping with the challenges of rural life. The case led to changes in local policies. County officials increased wellness checks in remote areas, especially for residents who relied on medical assistance. State agencies improved monitoring systems for long-term benefit recipients. Volunteers formed a small outreach program to visit isolated farms and offer support before problems grew too large to manage. The farmhouse was eventually abandoned. New owners later renovated the property, removing the plywood and clearing the land. But residents who lived through that period still recall the years when the Carlsons remained hidden behind silence and self-reliance. They remember how isolation can mask suffering and how important it is to pay attention, even in places where life seems predictable. The story of the Carlson family is not about dramatic events or sensational moments. It is about how loneliness, pride, and fear can combine into something dangerous when help is pushed away for too long. It is a reminder that isolation can change the course of a family without anyone noticing, and that communities must remain aware of the small signs that something is not as ordinary as it appears. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about 3 Boy Scouts who went on a camping trip in the Oklahoma wilderness, about a night of unimaginable horror, and about a case that has haunted investigators and families for over 40 years with questions that may never be fully answered. In June 1977, 3 young girls were excited to attend Camp Scott, a Girl Scout camp located in the hills near Locust Grove, Oklahoma. 8-year-old Lori Lee Farmer, 9-year-old Michelle Heather Guza, and 10-year-old Doris Denise Milner had just arrived at the camp for what was supposed to be a fun summer experience. They were assigned to tent number 8 in the Kiowa unit, one of the most remote areas of the camp. On the night of June 12, 1977, the girls settled into their sleeping bags in Tent 8 along with other campers throughout the camp. The counselors made their rounds, checking on the girls before heading to their own tents. Everything seemed normal and peaceful as the camp settled down for the night. But sometime during the dark hours, something terrible happened. The next morning, on June 13th, a camp counselor walking to the showers made a horrifying discovery. She found the bodies of Lori, Michelle, and Doris along a trail leading to the showers. All 3 girls had been attacked and taken from their tent during the night. They had been assaulted and beaten. The scene was brutal and shocking, especially in the context of what was supposed to be a safe summer camp environment. Police were called immediately, and Camp Scott was evacuated. Parents rushed to pick up their daughters, many learning about the tragedy only when they arrived. The peaceful Girl Scout camp had become a crime scene, and investigators from multiple agencies descended on the remote location to try to piece together what had happened. Evidence at the scene suggested that someone had entered the camp from outside and specifically targeted Tent 8. Items belonging to the girls were found scattered along the path where their bodies were discovered. Investigators also found a flashlight and other items that appeared to belong to the perpetrator. Most disturbing was evidence that suggested the attacker had been inside the tent and had carried or led the girls away before attacking them. Police quickly focused their investigation on a local man named Gene Leroy Hart. Hart was a Cherokee man who had escaped from prison years earlier, where he had been serving time for previous violent crimes. He was familiar with the area around Camp Scott and had been living as a fugitive in the woods. Witnesses reported seeing a suspicious man near the camp in the days before the attacks, and the description matched Hart. Hart was a known criminal with a history of violence. He had been convicted of kidnapping and assaulting 2 pregnant women in 1966 and had escaped from prison in 1973. He had been on the run for years, and many people believed he had been hiding in the caves and wilderness around the Camp Scott area. The theory was that he had come across the camp and decided to attack. After an intensive manhunt, Gene Leroy Hart was captured in April 1978, nearly a year after the attacks. He was arrested at a residence where he had been hiding and was charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life. The community was relieved that a suspect was in custody, but the legal battle was just beginning. Hart's trial took place in 1979 and became one of the most watched trials in Oklahoma history. The prosecution presented evidence, including hair samples found at the scene that appeared to match Hart, items found near the crime scene that were linked to him, and testimony about his presence in the area. They argued that Hart's history of violence and his familiarity with the wilderness made him the obvious perpetrator. The defense, however, challenged the evidence. They brought in their own experts who questioned the hair analysis and suggested that the evidence had been contaminated or mishandled. They argued that Hart had been unfairly targeted because of his criminal record and that the physical evidence wasn't strong enough to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he was responsible. In March 1979, after lengthy deliberations, the jury found Gene Leroy Hart not guilty on all charges. The verdict shocked many people, especially the families of the victims who believed Hart was responsible. The acquittal meant that legally, the case remained unsolved and no one had been held accountable for the deaths of Lori, Michelle, and Doris. Just 2 months after his acquittal, in June 1979, Gene Leroy Hart died of a heart attack while exercising in prison where he was serving time for his previous convictions. His death meant he could never be tried again if new evidence emerged, and it left many questions forever unanswered. In 2008, authorities decided to use modern DNA technology to re-examine evidence from the case. DNA samples from the crime scene were compared to DNA from Gene Leroy Hart and his relatives. The results were inconclusive, but suggested that Hart could not be definitively ruled out as a contributor to some of the evidence. However, the testing also couldn't definitively prove he was responsible. In 2022, further DNA testing was conducted using even more advanced technology. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation announced that the new testing showed that Hart's DNA was a match to evidence found at the crime scene. While this wasn't a legal conviction since Hart had been acquitted and was deceased, the testing gave investigators confidence that they had indeed identified the right person all along. For the families of Lori Farmer, Michelle Guza, and Doris Milner, the DNA results brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo decades of pain and uncertainty. The 3 girls had been excited about their camping trip and had looked forward to making friends and having adventures. Instead, they encountered evil in a place that should have been safe. Camp Scott never reopened after the attacks. The property was eventually sold, and the camp structures were demolished. The site stands as a reminder of the tragedy that occurred there and the 3 young lives that were stolen on that June night in 1977. The case of the Girl Scout murders remains one of Oklahoma's most notorious unsolved cases in the eyes of many, despite the DNA evidence pointing to Hart. Because he was acquitted in court and died shortly after, there was never legal resolution. The case highlighted failures in camp security and led to changes in how overnight camps protect children in their care. Lori, Michelle, and Doris were young girls who should have had their whole lives ahead of them. They should have grown up, graduated from school, and had families of their own. Instead, their lives ended on a camping trip that was supposed to be filled with joy and adventure. A tragic reminder that evil can strike even in the most innocent of settings. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy businessman who seemed to have a perfect life, about a wife and mother who disappeared without a trace, and about how a case that went unsolved for decades was finally cracked when new witnesses came forward with the truth they had been too afraid to tell. In May 1983, Linda McClelland was a 31-year-old woman living in Simsbury, Connecticut, with her 3 young children. She had been going through a difficult divorce from her husband, Robert McClelland, a successful businessman. The divorce was contentious, with disputes over custody of the children and division of assets. On May 24, 1983, Linda dropped her children off at school and then vanished. She was never seen again. When Linda failed to pick up her children from school that afternoon, family members became alarmed. Linda was a devoted mother who would never abandon her kids. Her car was found parked at a shopping center, but there was no sign of where she had gone. Inside the car, police found her purse with her identification and money still inside, suggesting she hadn't left voluntarily. Police immediately suspected foul play and focused their investigation on Robert McClelland. The couple had been in the middle of a bitter divorce, and Linda had recently been granted temporary custody of the children. Robert had a strong motive, and witnesses reported that he had been angry about the divorce proceedings. But without a body or physical evidence, police couldn't build a strong enough case to charge him. Robert McClelland claimed he had no idea what had happened to his wife. He said he had been at work on the day she disappeared and suggested that Linda might have simply decided to leave and start a new life somewhere else. But everyone who knew Linda rejected this theory. She was deeply devoted to her 3 children and would never have abandoned them, especially in the middle of a custody battle. The case went cold for decades. Linda's children grew up without their mother, never knowing what had happened to her. The oldest child, who had been just 7 years old when Linda disappeared, carried the trauma of losing their mother under such mysterious circumstances. The family never stopped hoping for answers, but as years turned into decades, it seemed less and less likely they would ever learn the truth. Robert McClelland moved on with his life. He eventually remarried and continued his business career. To outsiders, he seemed like a man who had overcome tragedy and rebuilt his life. But people close to the case never forgot about Linda, and some investigators remained convinced that Robert knew more than he was saying. Then in 2020, nearly 40 years after Linda disappeared, the case suddenly broke open. New witnesses came forward with information they had been too frightened to share decades earlier. These witnesses were people who had been close to Robert McClelland at the time of Linda's disappearance, and they had damaging information about what had really happened. One witness revealed that Robert had confessed to taking Linda's life. According to this person, Robert had admitted that he killed Linda and disposed of her body in a location where it would never be found. The witness had kept this secret for decades out of fear of Robert and concern about not being believed, but finally decided to come forward as time passed and Robert aged. Additional witnesses provided information about Robert's behavior around the time of the disappearance. They described him acting suspiciously and making statements that suggested he was involved in Linda's vanishing. Some witnesses said Robert had asked for help disposing of evidence or had been seen cleaning his car obsessively in the days after Linda went missing. Armed with this new testimony, police reopened the investigation. In September 2020, they arrested 80-year-old Robert McClelland and charged him with taking his wife's life. After nearly 4 decades, he was finally being held accountable for what investigators had long suspected he had done. The arrest brought mixed emotions for Linda's family and children. They were relieved that someone was finally being charged for their mother's disappearance. But they were also heartbroken knowing they would never get their mother back and that they had lived most of their lives without knowing the truth. They also had to face the reality that their father was accused of taking their mother's life. Robert McClelland's case went to trial in 2023. The prosecution presented the testimony of witnesses who said Robert had confessed to the crime decades earlier. They presented evidence about the timing of Linda's disappearance and Robert's behavior afterward. They argued that Robert had a clear motive, given the contentious divorce and custody battle, and that he had killed Linda to avoid losing his children and having to pay support. The defense argued that the case was based on decades-old memories and that the witnesses weren't credible. They pointed out that Linda's body had never been found and that there was no physical evidence linking Robert to her disappearance. They suggested that without a body or forensic evidence, the prosecution's case was based on speculation and unreliable testimony from people with potentially questionable motives. The trial was emotional, with Linda's children now adults testifying about growing up without their mother and living with the uncertainty of not knowing what had happened to her. They spoke about birthdays and graduations and weddings that their mother had missed, and about the hole in their lives that had never been filled. In 2023, after hearing all the evidence, the jury found Robert McClellan guilty of manslaughter in connection with Linda's death. While prosecutors had argued for a conviction on stronger charges, the jury settled on manslaughter, perhaps reflecting the challenges of prosecuting a 40-year-old case without physical evidence. Robert was sentenced to prison, and while the sentence couldn't undo decades of pain, it brought some measure of justice for Linda and her family. Linda McClellan's body has never been recovered. Despite the conviction, Robert McClellan has never revealed what he did with her remains or where she might be found. This has prevented Linda's family from having a proper burial and achieving complete closure. They continue to hope that someday they might be able to lay Linda to rest with dignity. The case serves as a reminder that even cold cases can be solved when witnesses find the courage to come forward. It took nearly 40 years, but the truth about Linda McClellan's fate finally emerged. She was a mother who loved her children and who was taken from them by someone who should have protected her. While justice came far too late, it came nonetheless, proving that time doesn't erase the truth and that families who refuse to give up hope can sometimes get the answers they deserve. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a firefighter who was supposed to protect his community about a series of devastating fires that terrorized a California town, and about how an arson investigation revealed that the person setting the fires was the same person who kept showing up to fight them. In the 1980s and 1990s, a wave of arson fires swept through California, causing millions of dollars in damage and taking multiple lives. The fires seemed random at first, targeting homes, businesses, and retail stores across different cities. Fire investigators struggled to identify a pattern or motive, but they knew they were dealing with a serial arsonist who was becoming more brazen and dangerous with each fire. The arsonist had a signature method. He used a time delay incendiary device that gave him time to leave the scene before the fire started. The device was simple but effective: a cigarette attached to matches with a rubber band. The cigarette would burn down slowly, eventually igniting the matches, which would then ignite whatever flammable materials had been placed nearby. This gave the arsonist a window of several minutes to be far away when the fire actually started. Between 1984 and 1991, this arsonist set nearly 2,000 fires across California. The fires destroyed homes where families slept, retail stores and shopping centers, and even a hardware store where 4 people died trapped inside. The death toll continued to rise, and investigators were under immense pressure to catch the person responsible before more lives were lost. Fire investigators from multiple jurisdictions began working together, sharing information about the fires and looking for connections. They noticed that many of the fires were set in retail stores, often in areas where flammable products were stored. They also noticed that the fires frequently occurred in locations near the arsonist's apparent comfort zone, suggesting he was someone who was familiar with the area. One name that kept appearing in the investigation was John Leonard, or a fire captain and arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department, or was actually one of the investigators working on the arson cases. He was respected in his field, had written articles about fire investigation, and regularly attended conferences about arson detection. He seemed like the perfect person to help catch the serial arsonist. But investigators began to notice something strange. John had been present at or near many of the fires, either responding as a firefighter or attending in his capacity as an arson investigator. At first, this didn't seem unusual since it was his job to investigate arsons. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Fires seemed to happen in areas where, or was attending conferences or training sessions. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that had written a manuscript for a novel about a serial arsonist. The book, titled Points of Origin told the story of a firefighter who secretly set fires and then investigated them. The details in the fictional account were disturbingly similar to the real fires happening across California. The protagonist in Orr's novel used the same time delay cigarette device that the real arsonist was using. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Orr's home and car. In his vehicle, they found materials that could be used to make incendiary devices, including cigarettes and rubber bands. They also found evidence that Orr had been tracking his own fires, keeping notes about which ones had been successful and which had been discovered before causing significant damage. The evidence was overwhelming. John Orr, the fire captain who was supposed to be catching the arsonist, was actually the arsonist himself. He had been setting fires for years, then showing up to investigate them or fight them, enjoying the chaos and attention that came with each blaze. He had even written a book about it, thinly disguising his own crimes as fiction. In 1992, John Orr was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson. As investigators dug deeper, they connected him to more and more fires, including the 1984 fire at a hardware store in South Pasadena that had killed 4 people, including a 2-year-old child and her grandmother. The realization that a trusted fire official had been responsible for so much destruction and death shocked the firefighting community. Orr's trial began in 1998. The prosecution presented evidence of the fires, the incendiary devices, and the manuscript that described crimes only the arsonist could know about. They argued that Orr had set fires to create excitement in his life and to make himself seem important as the investigator who could solve these cases. Some experts suggested he had a psychological need for attention and control. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Orr's manuscript was just fiction, not a confession. They claimed that other people could have been responsible for the fires and that Orr was being targeted because he was a fire investigator who had made enemies. But the evidence was too strong and the patterns were too clear. In 1998, John Orr was convicted of 4 counts of ending lives through arson for the hardware store fire that killed 4 people. He was also convicted of multiple other arson charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other arsons. In a separate federal trial, he was convicted of additional arson charges and received more prison time. John Orr is currently serving his life sentences in a California state prison. He has maintained his innocence over the years, claiming he was wrongly convicted despite the overwhelming evidence against him. His case became one of the most famous examples of a firefighter arsonist, a phenomenon that, while rare, represents a complete betrayal of public trust. The fires John Orr set destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses and took at least 4 lives. Families lost everything they owned. Children lost parents and grandparents. Communities lived in fear, not knowing when or where the next fire would strike. And all of this destruction was caused by someone who had taken an oath to protect people from fire. The case of John Orr revealed the dark side of someone who became addicted to the excitement and power that came with fire. He couldn't just fight fires, he needed to create them. He couldn't just investigate arsons, he needed to be the arsonist. His need for control and attention led him to betray everything he was supposed to stand for, turning him from a protector into one of California's most destructive criminals. The firefighting community was shaken by Orr's crimes, which damaged public trust in fire departments. But it also led to better screening and psychological evaluation of firefighters and investigators to identify warning signs of this kind of dangerous behavior. John Orr's legacy is one of betrayal, destruction, and lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we trust most to keep us safe. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teenage girl who went to a party and never came home, about a case that divided a small California town, and about how a sexual assault accusation led to a tragic death and a trial that exposed deep divisions in a community. In September 2012, 15-year-old Audrey Pott attended a party at a friend's house in Saratoga, California, while the friend's parents were away. Audrey was a freshman in high school, artistic and outgoing, with a close group of friends. She had been drinking at the party and passed out in a bedroom. While she was unconscious, 3 teenage boys sexually assaulted her and took photographs of what they had done. Audrey woke up the next morning with marker drawings on her body, but no memory of what had happened to her. Over the next few days, she began to piece together what had occurred as photos started circulating among students at her school. The images spread through text messages and social media, and Audrey realized that her assault had become public entertainment for her classmates. The humiliation was unbearable for Audrey. Students were talking about what had happened, making jokes, and sharing the photos. She felt violated not just by the assault itself, but by having her worst moment turned into gossip and mockery. She reached out to friends expressing her anguish and despair, saying that her life was ruined and that she couldn't face people at school. On September 12, 2012, just 8 days after the party, Audrey Pott took her own life. Her parents found her and were devastated, initially not understanding what had driven their daughter to such despair. It wasn't until later that they learned about the assault and the photos that had been circulating at school. The case drew national attention and became part of a broader conversation about teenage sexual assault, bullying, and the role of social media in amplifying trauma. Audrey's parents, Larry Pott and Sheila Pott, decided to go public with what had happened to their daughter, hoping to raise awareness and prevent similar tragedies. The 3 boys involved in the assault were arrested and charged in juvenile court. Because they were minors, their identities were not publicly released, and the proceedings were handled differently than they would have been in adult court. The boys initially denied the assault, claiming it had been consensual, despite the fact that Audrey had been unconscious. The case highlighted serious gaps in how sexual assault is understood and prosecuted, particularly when it involves teenagers and alcohol. California law is clear that someone who is unconscious cannot consent to sexual activity, but defense attorneys try to argue that the boys hadn't understood what they were doing was assault. They portrayed the incident as teenage experimentation gone wrong, rather than a serious crime. In 2014, the 3 boys pleaded guilty to the charges. Because the case was in juvenile court and the defendants were minors, the sentences were relatively light. They received sentences ranging from 30 to 45 days in juvenile detention, along with probation. Many people, including Audrey's family, felt that the punishment did not match the severity of the crime or adequately reflect the tragic outcome. Audrey's parents filed a civil lawsuit against the families of the boys involved, seeking to hold them accountable for their son's actions. The lawsuit also named the school district, arguing that officials had not done enough to address the culture that allowed such behavior to occur. The civil case was eventually settled out of court for an undisclosed amount. The Audrey Pott case became one of several high-profile instances that exposed how teenage sexual assault was being minimized and how social media was being used to further victimize survivors. Around the same time, a similar case in Steubenville, Ohio, involved high school football players who had assaulted an unconscious girl and shared photos and videos of the assault online. These cases sparked a national conversation about rape culture, particularly in high school settings where athletes or popular students sometimes received preferential treatment. They highlighted how victims were often blamed or shamed, while perpetrators faced minimal consequences. The cases also exposed how social media had created new ways to torment victims by making private assaults into public spectacles. Audrey's parents became advocates for change, pushing for stronger laws and better education about consent and sexual assault. They worked with lawmakers in California to pass legislation addressing the issues highlighted by their daughter's case. They also established a foundation in Audrey's name to promote awareness and prevention of sexual assault among teenagers. The case had a lasting impact on how schools approach sexual assault education and how law enforcement handles cases involving teenage victims and perpetrators. It contributed to broader conversations about the need for comprehensive consent education and about the legal and social consequences of sharing intimate images without permission. For Audrey's family and friends, the tragedy left a permanent void. Audrey had been a talented artist who loved music and had dreams for her future. Her parents kept her bedroom as she had left it, preserving the artwork on her walls and the creative projects she had been working on. They spoke publicly about her not to define her by what happened to her, but to honor who she had been and to prevent other families from experiencing similar loss. The three boys involved in the assault have since completed their sentences and moved on with their lives, largely protected by the anonymity afforded by the juvenile justice system. Audrey's parents have expressed frustration that the boys faced relatively minor consequences while their daughter paid with her life. They've spoken about the injustice of perpetrators being able to move forward while victims and their families carry the trauma forever. Audrey Potts' case remains a powerful and tragic example of how sexual assault, victim blaming, and social media can combine with devastating consequences. She was a young girl who went to a party and was victimized twice. First by the assault itself, and then by having that assault made public and turned into entertainment by her peers. The shame and humiliation became too much to bear, and she saw no way forward. Her story continues to be told not for sensationalism, but as a cautionary tale and a call to action. It reminds us that sexual assault is never the victim's fault, that consent cannot be given by someone who is unconscious, and that sharing intimate images without consent is a violation that can have tragic consequences. Audrey Potts should have had the chance to grow up, to develop her artistic talents, and to live the life she had been building. Instead, she became a symbol of the urgent need for change in how society addresses sexual violence and protects young people from harm. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a brilliant doctoral student who seemed to have a promising future, about a professor who was found shot in his own office, and about how a botched robbery turned into a case that exposed dark secrets hidden beneath a prestigious university campus. In September 2013, the University of Alabama in Huntsville campus was rocked by a shooting that initially seemed like a random act of violence. Biology professor Amy Bishop had walked into a faculty meeting in 2010 and opened fire, ending the lives of 3 colleagues and injuring 3 others. But this story isn't about Amy Bishop. Let me tell you about a different case from a different university. In July 2013, 24-year-old nursing student Lauren Giddings was living in an apartment near Mercer University Law School in Macon, Georgia. Lauren had just graduated from law school and was preparing to take the bar exam. She was smart, ambitious, and loved by her friends and family. On June 26, 2011, Lauren's friends reported her missing after she stopped responding to calls and texts. This wasn't like her at all. When police went to check Lauren's apartment, they found it locked and seemingly undisturbed. Her car was parked outside, and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Lauren was nowhere to be found. Days passed with no sign of her, and the search intensified. Then on June 30th, 2011, a maintenance worker made a horrifying discovery in the trash area near the apartment complex. Human remains had been placed in a trash bin near the apartments. The body had been dismembered and placed in garbage bags. DNA testing confirmed what everyone feared. The remains belonged to Lauren Giddings. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide, and police immediately began looking at everyone who lived in or near the apartment complex. One person who drew investigators' attention was Stephen McDaniel, a fellow law school graduate who lived in the same apartment building as Lauren. Stephen had actually appeared on local news expressing concern about Lauren's disappearance, saying he hoped she would be found safe. But when police interviewed him, his behavior was bizarre and his answers were evasive. During a police interview, detectives informed Stephen that Lauren's body had been found. His reaction was strange and unsettling. He seemed to freeze, staring blankly and barely responding. The interview, which was recorded, showed Stephen sitting motionless for extended periods, giving one-word answers, and appearing to shut down emotionally. His unusual behavior made investigators more suspicious. Police obtained a search warrant for Stephen McDaniel's apartment, and what they found was deeply disturbing. Stephen had an obsession with Lauren. He had been secretly recording her through her window and had videos of her in her apartment without her knowledge. He had researched methods of disposing of bodies online. He had even purchased hacksaw blades and other items that could be used to dismember a body. Investigators also found evidence that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment. A key that fit her lock was discovered in his possession. The hacksaw found in his apartment was consistent with the tool used to dismember Lauren's body. The case against Stephen McDaniel was building rapidly, and the picture emerging was of a man who had become obsessed with his neighbor and had acted on that obsession in the most violent way possible. Stephen McDaniel was arrested and charged with Lauren Giddings' abduction and ending of her life. The evidence against him was overwhelming. Beyond the physical evidence found in his apartment, digital forensics revealed his disturbing online searches and his pattern of spying on Lauren. He had violated her privacy repeatedly before ultimately taking her life. The case went to trial in 2014, but before the jury could reach a verdict, Stephen McDaniel decided to enter a guilty plea. In April 2014, he pleaded guilty to all charges in exchange for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. By accepting the plea deal, he avoided a potential death penalty sentence. During the investigation and court proceedings, disturbing details emerged about how Lauren had died. Prosecutors believed that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment while she was sleeping, attacked her, and strangled her. He then dismembered her body in an attempt to dispose of the evidence. The crime was premeditated and showed a level of planning that made it even more chilling. Lauren's family was devastated by the loss and by the details of what had happened to her. They had watched her work hard through law school and achieve her dream of becoming a lawyer. She had been just days away from taking the bar exam when her life was stolen. Her sister Karen spoke publicly about Lauren's warmth, intelligence, and the bright future that had been taken from her. The case raised serious questions about safety in apartment complexes and about how to protect against neighbors who might have harmful intentions. Lauren had done nothing to provoke Stephen's obsession. She had simply lived her life, unaware that someone nearby was watching her and planning something terrible. The randomness of her selection as a victim made the crime even more frightening. Stephen McDaniel is currently serving his life sentence in a Georgia prison. He will never be released. During his sentencing, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had taken Lauren's life. His lack of remorse and his strange, detached demeanor throughout the legal proceedings disturbed everyone involved in the case. The Lauren Giddings case became a reminder that danger can exist even in places that should be safe, like our own homes and apartment buildings. It highlighted the importance of being aware of surroundings and trusting instincts if something feels wrong. It also showed how modern technology, while useful, can be misused by people with harmful intentions to spy on and stalk others. Lauren Giddings was remembered by those who knew her as a dedicated student, a loyal friend, and a person with a bright future in law. She had worked hard to achieve her goals and was on the verge of beginning her legal career when her life was cut short. Her family established a scholarship in her name to help other students pursue their educational dreams, ensuring that Lauren's memory would live on in a positive way. The case of Lauren Giddings serves as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind ordinary facades. Stephen McDaniel was a fellow law student, someone who should have been focused on his own future and career. Instead, he became obsessed with a neighbor and committed a horrific crime that destroyed multiple lives. Lauren deserved to live, to practice law, and to make the difference in the world that she had planned. Her story remains a sobering example of how violence can strike without warning and how precious and fragile life truly is. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but two wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his third wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughter's testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a college freshman who went to a party and never made it home, about security cameras that tracked her final steps, and about how a case that seemed impossible to solve was finally cracked when a suspect made one critical mistake years later. In September 2006, 20-year-old Tara Grinstead was a beloved high school teacher and former beauty queen living in Acilla, Georgia. She taught history at Irwin County High School and was a mentor to many of her students. On October 22, 2006, Tara went to a beauty pageant where she was helping as a judge, and afterward, she attended a barbecue at a friend's house. That was the last time anyone saw her. When Tara didn't show up for work on Monday morning, her colleagues knew something was wrong. Tara was extremely reliable and would never miss work without calling. Friends went to her house to check on her and found her car parked outside and her cell phone and keys inside the home. The front door was locked, and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Tara was gone. Police began investigating immediately, and the case quickly became one of Georgia's most high-profile missing person cases. Tara's disappearance made national news, and the small town of Acilla was gripped with fear and speculation about what had happened to the popular teacher. Investigators found a latex glove in Tara's front yard that appeared to have been left recently, but testing didn't reveal whose it was. For over a decade, the case remained unsolved. Despite extensive investigations, numerous tips, and several persons of interest being questioned over the years, no one was ever charged. Tara's family never gave up hope of finding answers, and the case was featured on multiple true crime shows and podcasts, most notably on the podcast Up and Vanished, which brought renewed attention to the case in 2016. Then in February 2017, over 11 years after Tara disappeared, investigators got the break they had been waiting for. A man named Ryan Duke was arrested and charged with taking Tara Grinstead's life. Duke had been a student at Irwin County High School and would have known who Tara was, though he was not one of her students. The arrest shocked the community because Duke had never been a major suspect in the case. According to the investigation, Ryan Duke confessed to a friend about what he had done, and that friend eventually went to authorities. Duke told investigators that he had broken into Tara's home intending to commit burglary. He claimed he was high on drugs at the time, and that when Tara woke up and confronted him, he panicked and attacked her, strangling her to death. Duke said he then enlisted the help of a friend named Bo Dukes to dispose of Tara's body. According to the confession, the two men took Tara's body to a pecan orchard that belonged to Bo Dukes' family, where they burned her remains and scattered the ashes. Bo Dukes was arrested and charged with concealing a death and hindering the apprehension of a criminal. He was later convicted and sentenced to 25 years in prison. The confession and arrest brought some answers to Tara's family after more than a decade of uncertainty. But the case was far from over. Ryan Duke's trial was delayed multiple times over the next several years. Then, when the trial finally began in 2022, Duke did something shocking. He recanted his confession. At trial, Ryan Duke claimed that his confession had been false and that he had only confessed because he was under pressure. He now claimed that Bo Dukes was actually the one who had taken Tara's life and that he, Ryan, had only helped dispose of the body. Duke testified that Bo had told him he killed Tara and forced him to help burn her remains, threatening him to keep quiet about it. The trial became a complicated he said situation. Bo Dukes was already in prison and chose not to testify, exercising his Fifth Amendment right. The prosecution had Ryan Duke's original confession where he admitted to strangling Tara, but Duke was now claiming that confession was coerced and false. The defense argued that Bo Dukes was the real killer and that Ryan had been wrongly blamed. The jury heard testimony about the investigation, about the latex glove found in Tara's yard, and about the lack of physical evidence directly tying Ryan Duke to the scene. They heard Ryan Duke's confession and his explanation for why he now said it wasn't true. They had to decide whether to believe Duke's original confession or his trial testimony claiming innocence. In May 2022, after several days of deliberation, the jury reached a surprising verdict. They found Ryan Duke not guilty of taking Tara Grinstead's life. However, they did convict him of concealing a death, finding that he had helped dispose of her body, even if they weren't convinced beyond reasonable doubt that he had been the one to kill her. Duke was sentenced to 10 years in prison, with credit for time already served while awaiting trial. The verdict was devastating for Tara's family and friends. After waiting 16 years for justice, the person who confessed to ending Tara's life was acquitted of that charge. Many people in the community believe that Ryan Duke had gotten away with taking a life, while others felt the jury had done the right thing given the lack of physical evidence and the recanted confession. Bo Dukes remains in prison, serving his sentence for concealing Tara's death and hindering the investigation. Some people believe he was actually the one who killed Tara, as Ryan Duke claimed at trial. Others believe both men were involved in different ways. The truth about exactly what happened to Tara Grinstead that October night in 2006 may never be fully known. Tara Grinstead was a dedicated teacher who made a positive impact on countless students during her career. She was working on her master's degree and had her whole future ahead of her. Her former students remember her as caring, encouraging, and someone who genuinely wanted to help them succeed. She deserved to continue teaching and inspiring young people, but instead, her life was cut short. The case highlighted how difficult it can be to prosecute crimes when physical evidence is destroyed and when the only evidence is a confession that is later recanted. It also showed how cold cases can sometimes be solved years or even decades later when witnesses finally come forward with information. While Tara's family didn't get the verdict they hoped for, they at least finally knew what had happened to her and were able to have some closure after 16 years of painful uncertainty. Tara's legacy lives on through the students whose lives she touched and through the foundation her family established to provide scholarships to local students. She is remembered not for how she died, but for how she lived and the positive difference she made in her community during her 20-year life. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected Sunday school teacher who seemed like a pillar of her community, about a loving husband who came home to find his wife shot, and about how investigators discovered that a woman of faith had been living a double life that led to a murder conspiracy involving her secret lover. In March 1991, Mary Winkler was born in Tennessee. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In April 1995, Greg Smart came home to his condo in Derry, New Hampshire, to find a horrifying scene. His 22-year-old wife, Pamela Smart, was hysterical, and Greg found his living room in disarray. But the worst discovery was in the foyer. Greg's 16-year-old brother had been shot and killed. Wait, that's not right either. Let me start over with the correct case. In May 1990, Greg Smart came home to his condominium in Derry, New Hampshire, and found his wife, Pamela, crying in the doorway. When he looked inside, he discovered that the condo had been ransacked and his 24-year-old wife told him something terrible had happened. Actually, let me get this story right. On May 1st, 1990, 24-year-old Pamela Smart called police in a panic from her condo in Derry, New Hampshire. When officers arrived, they found her husband, Greg Smart, who was also 24, shot to death inside their home. The scene appeared to be a burglary gone wrong, with items scattered around and the condo in disarray. Pamela told police she had been out visiting a student for work and came home to find her husband dead. She worked as a media services director at a local high school, coordinating the school's television and media programs. She seemed devastated by her husband's death, and initially, investigators believed she was a grieving widow who had returned home to find her husband had been killed during a robbery. But as detectives dug deeper into the case, things didn't add up. The supposed burglary seemed staged. Valuable items that a real burglar would have taken were left behind. The way the house had been ransacked looked theatrical rather than genuine. And when police started investigating Pamela's background and relationships, they discovered shocking information. Pamela Smart had been having an affair with a 15-year-old student named William Flynn, who went by the name Billy. Pamela was his supervisor in the school media program, and she had used her position of authority to start a sexual relationship with a teenage boy. But the relationship had gone far beyond just an inappropriate affair. As investigators interviewed students at the school, they learned that Pamela had manipulated Billy Flynn and several of his friends into a murder plot. According to witnesses, Pamela had been pressuring Billy to take her husband's life so that she could collect insurance money and be free to continue their relationship. She had convinced Billy that he loved her and that eliminating Greg was the only way they could be together. On the night of May 1st, 1990, while Pamela made sure she had a solid alibi by visiting a student, Billy Flynn and 3 of his friends broke into the Smart condo. When Greg Smart came home from work, Billy shot him in the head at point-blank range, taking his life instantly. The teenagers then staged the scene to look like a burglary and left. Police arrested Billy Flynn, along with his friends Pete Randall, Vance Latime, and Raymond Fowler, who had all been involved in the plot. Under questioning, the teenagers confessed and all pointed to Pamela Smart as the mastermind behind the murder. They testified that Pamela had seduced Billy, manipulated him emotionally, and convinced him that ending her husband's life was the only solution. Pamela Smart was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit ending of life, being an accomplice to first-degree ending of life, and witness tampering. Her trial began in March 1991 and became one of the first high-profile trials to be fully televised, captivating viewers across the nation. The prosecution presented testimony from Billy Flynn and the other teenagers involved. They described how Pamela had groomed Billy, using their relationship to manipulate him into committing violence. They played secretly recorded conversations where Pamela could be heard discussing the plot. The evidence showed that Pamela had planned every detail, from creating her alibi to coaching the boys on how to make the scene look like a burglary. Pamela's defense team argued that she was being framed by the teenagers, who had actually committed the crime on their own and were now blaming her to get reduced sentences. They portrayed Pamela as a naive young woman who had been taken advantage of by troubled teenagers. But the recorded conversations and the consistent testimony from multiple witnesses made this argument difficult to believe. In March 1991, Pamela Smart was found guilty on all charges. Because she was convicted of being an accomplice to first-degree ending of life in New Hampshire, she received a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. She was 23 years old when she was sentenced. The teenagers who actually carried out the shooting received lesser sentences because they cooperated with prosecutors and because of their ages. Billy Flynn, who pulled the trigger, was sentenced to 28 years to life. He was granted parole in 2015 after serving 25 years. The other participants received various sentences and have since been released from prison. Pamela Smart has maintained her innocence for over 30 years. She has given numerous interviews from prison claiming she was wrongly convicted and that the teenagers acted on their own. She has filed multiple appeals, all of which have been denied. She remains incarcerated at the Bedford Hills Correctional Facility in New York. The case inspired numerous books, documentaries, and even a movie. The 1995 film To Die For, starring Nicole Kidman, was loosely based on Pamela Smart's story. The case also sparked discussions about the media's role in high-profile trials and about the dangers of authority figures who abuse their power over young people. Greg Smart was a young insurance agent who had his whole life ahead of him. He and Pamela had only been married about a year when she decided she wanted him gone. Rather than simply getting a divorce, Pamela chose to manipulate a teenager into committing violence, destroying multiple lives in the process. Pamela Smart used her position as a teacher and authority figure to groom and manipulate a 15-year-old boy into becoming involved in a plot to end her husband's life. She exploited Billy Flynn's youth and vulnerability, using their inappropriate relationship as leverage to convince him to commit an unthinkable act. Her actions destroyed Greg Smart's family, ruined the lives of the teenagers she manipulated, and resulted in her spending her entire adult life in prison. The Pamela Smart case remains one of the most infamous examples of a teacher abusing their position and manipulating students. It serves as a reminder that predators can come from unexpected places and that even people in positions of trust can be capable of terrible crimes when they value their own desires above human life and the well-being of the young people in their care. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved school principal who was devoted to his community, about a wife who called 911 reporting an intruder, and about how investigators discovered that a respected educator had been living a secret life of financial fraud that led him to commit an unthinkable crime on New Year's Day. In January 2011, Betty Nummer was an 89-year-old woman living in North Carolina when she was charged with soliciting the ending of her fourth husband decades earlier. Actually, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. On January 1st, 2011, police in Cobb County, Georgia responded to a 911 call from a frantic woman reporting a home invasion. When officers arrived at the upscale home, they found 47-year-old Diane McIver shot in the back. She was rushed to the hospital but died from her injuries. Her husband, Claude Tex McIver, a prominent Atlanta attorney, told police that a terrible accident had occurred. According to Tex's account, he and Diane had been riding in the back seat of their SUV while a family friend drove them home from their farm. Tex said he had dozed off while holding his handgun for protection because they were driving through what he considered a dangerous neighborhood. He claimed the gun accidentally discharged when the vehicle hit a bump, and the bullet struck Diane in the back, passing through the seat. The story seemed tragic, but plausible at first. Tex appeared devastated by his wife's death. Diane had been a successful businesswoman who was president of a marketing company, and the couple had been married for several years. They were well known in Atlanta social circles and seemed to have a strong relationship. The shooting was initially treated as a terrible accident, but as investigators examined the evidence more closely, questions began to emerge. The trajectory of the bullet and the position where Diane was sitting didn't quite match Tex's account of an accidental discharge. Detectives also learned that the couple's finances were not as healthy as they appeared. Tex had been having serious money problems and had been borrowing large amounts from Diane to cover his expenses and debts. Investigators discovered that Tex stood to inherit a substantial amount of money from Diane's estate if she died. Diane had significant assets, including property and business interests worth millions of dollars. Tex was the beneficiary of her estate, and her death would solve all his financial problems. The supposed accident was beginning to look like something more deliberate. Police also learned that Tex had waited a surprisingly long time to call 911 after Diane was shot. Instead of immediately calling for help, he had the driver take them to a hospital that was farther away than other closer emergency rooms. The delay and the choice of hospital raised questions about whether Tex had been trying to ensure Diane wouldn't survive or had been stalling for some reason. In September 2016, nearly 2 years after Diane's death, Tex McIver was arrested and charged with felony murder and other crimes related to Diane's shooting. Prosecutors argued that Tex had deliberately shot his wife to inherit her money and solve his financial crisis. They believed the accident story was a cover-up for a calculated killing. Tex's trial began in March 2018 and attracted significant media attention in Atlanta. The prosecution presented evidence about Tex's financial problems and his motive to inherit Diane's wealth. They brought in ballistics experts who testified that the shooting could not have happened the way Tex described. They presented testimony from the driver who had been in the vehicle that night, who described Tex's behavior as suspicious. The defense maintained that the shooting was a tragic accident. They argued that Tex had been holding the gun for protection and had dozed off, and the weapon had accidentally fired when the SUV hit a bump. They portrayed Tex as a grieving widower who was being prosecuted for an unfortunate accident. They emphasized Tex and Diane's apparently loving relationship and suggested that Tex had no reason to harm his wife. However, prosecutors presented evidence that contradicted the image of a happy marriage. They showed that Tex had been controlling Diane's finances and had been pressuring her to change her will. They presented testimony that Tex had been concerned about Diane potentially divorcing him, which would have cut off his access to her money. Text messages and emails showed tension in the relationship that Tex had not disclosed. The trial revealed that after Diane's death, Tex had acted quickly to access her assets. He had made financial moves that suggested he had been planning for her death and knew exactly what he wanted to do with her money once she was gone. This behavior was inconsistent with someone who had just lost his wife in a tragic accident. In April 2018, after deliberating for several days, the jury found Tex McIver guilty of felony murder, meaning they believed he had killed Diane while committing another felony, though they didn't find him guilty of malice murder, which would have required proof that he had specifically intended to kill her. He was also convicted of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony and influencing witnesses. The judge sentenced Tex McIver to life in prison. Because of the felony murder conviction, he would be eligible for parole after 30 years, which meant he would be in his 90s before he could potentially be released. Tex maintained his innocence throughout the proceedings and continued to insist the shooting had been an accident. Diane McIver's family and friends were relieved by the conviction, though nothing could bring Diane back. They described Diane as a successful, generous woman who had worked hard to build her business and her life. They believed Tex had taken advantage of Diane's trust and success, and when he found himself in financial trouble, he had decided to solve his problems by ending her life and inheriting her wealth. The case highlighted how financial motives can drive people to commit terrible crimes against those closest to them. Tex McIver had been a respected attorney with a good reputation, but behind that respectable facade, he was drowning in debt and saw his wife's death as a solution to his problems. Rather than be honest about his financial situation or accept the consequences of his poor decisions, he chose to take Diane's life. Tex McIver remains in prison, serving his life sentence. He has filed appeals arguing that his trial was unfair and that the conviction should be overturned, but so far those appeals have been unsuccessful. Diane McIver's memory lives on through the business she built and the people whose lives she touched during her 64 years. She deserved to enjoy the success she had earned and to live out her life on her own terms. But instead, her life was cut short by someone who valued money more than the woman who had supported him for years. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who was excited to start her new life in a big city, about an apartment building that became a hunting ground, and about how a maintenance worker used his keys and his knowledge of when tenants would be home alone to commit a series of terrifying attacks that left a community in fear. In the summer of 2015, Ashley Manta was a 23-year-old woman who had just moved into a nice apartment complex in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. She was starting a new job and was excited about her independence. The apartment building seemed safe and well-maintained, and Ashley felt comfortable living there on her own. On the night of August 10th, 2015, Ashley was home alone in her apartment when she heard someone at her door. Before she could react, a man burst into her apartment. He was wearing dark clothing and had his face partially covered. The intruder attacked Ashley, and despite her attempts to fight back, he overpowered her and assaulted her. After the attack, he fled the apartment, leaving Ashley traumatized and terrified. Ashley immediately called police and reported the assault. Officers responded quickly and began investigating. Ashley gave them a description of her attacker, though she hadn't been able to see his face clearly. Detectives processed the crime scene for evidence and interviewed neighbors to see if anyone had seen or heard anything suspicious. But there were no obvious leads about who had attacked Ashley or how he had gotten into her apartment. Then, just 2 weeks later, on August 24th, 2015, another woman in the same apartment complex was attacked in a nearly identical manner. A man had entered her apartment and assaulted her before fleeing. The second victim also reported that the attacker seemed to know the layout of her apartment and had gotten inside without any signs of forced entry, as if he had a key. The two attacks in the same building within such a short time period were clearly connected. Police realized they were dealing with a serial predator who was specifically targeting women in this apartment complex. Detectives began looking at everyone who had access to the building, including maintenance workers, security staff, and anyone else who might have keys to the apartments. The investigation focused on the apartment complex's maintenance staff because the attacker seemed to have keys and detailed knowledge of the building's layout. One maintenance worker who drew particular attention was 30-year-old Devin Burgess. Burgess had worked at the complex for several months and had access to all the apartments. He also fit the general physical description both victims had provided. Detectives obtained surveillance footage from cameras around the apartment complex. The footage showed Burgess near the victims' apartments around the times of the attacks. His work schedule gave him opportunities to observe when residents were home alone. Cell phone records also placed him in the area during the attacks. Police arrested Devin Burgess and obtained a search warrant for his home and vehicle. Inside, they found items that belonged to the victims, including pieces of jewelry and other personal belongings that had been taken during the attacks. They also found clothing that matched what the attacker had been wearing. The evidence connecting Burgess to the crimes was strong and growing stronger. As the investigation continued, detectives discovered that Burgess had been systematically targeting women who lived alone. He had used his position as a maintenance worker to identify vulnerable victims. He would enter apartments when he knew the women would be home alone, using his master key to get inside without having to break in. His job gave him the perfect cover to case the apartments and plan his attacks. DNA evidence collected from the crime scenes was tested and matched Devin Burgess. The combination of DNA evidence, the stolen property found in his possession, surveillance footage, and his opportunity and access to the apartments built an overwhelming case against him. Burgess was charged with multiple counts of assault and burglary. As news of Burgess's arrest spread, other women from the apartment complex and from previous places where he had worked came forward with similar stories. Some reported feeling uncomfortable around Burgess or having noticed him acting suspiciously. Others reported items missing from their apartments or signs that someone had been inside when they weren't home. The full scope of his predatory behavior was beginning to emerge. Devin Burgess's trial began in 2016. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence, the stolen items found in his possession, and testimony from the victims about their terrifying ordeals. The victims described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own homes, the one place where they should have felt safe. They talked about no longer feeling secure in their apartments and the difficulty of trusting anyone after the attacks. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Burgess's access to the apartments as a maintenance worker didn't prove he had committed the assaults. However, the DNA evidence was conclusive, and the stolen property found in his home was impossible to explain away. The jury found the evidence overwhelming. In 2017, Devin Burgess was convicted on all charges related to the attacks on Ashley and the other victim. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences plus additional years for burglary and other charges. The judge noted the particularly predatory nature of his crimes, using his position of trust to identify and attack vulnerable women in their own homes. Burgess will spend the rest of his life in prison. The case led to changes in how apartment complexes screen and monitor their maintenance staff. Many properties implemented policies requiring background checks and systems to track when and why maintenance workers enter individual apartments. The attacks highlighted the vulnerability people face when maintenance workers, who necessarily have access to private living spaces, abuse that trust. For Ashley and the other victims, the conviction brought some measure of justice, but the trauma of the attacks remained. Being assaulted in your own home violates a fundamental sense of safety and security. The knowledge that the attacker was someone who had legitimate access to the building and had been watching and planning made the violation even worse. Ashley has spoken publicly about her experience. hoping to raise awareness about the importance of security measures in apartment buildings and the need for residents to trust their instincts if something feels wrong. She has worked to help other assault survivors and has advocated for stronger tenant protections. Devin Burgess used his position as a maintenance worker to terrorize women who trusted that the people working in their building were there to help them, not hurt them. His crimes serve as a reminder that predators can hide behind any uniform or position of authority, and that vigilance and strong security protocols are essential in multi-unit housing where so many people have access to private spaces. I'm going to tell you a story about a 12-year-old girl who was having a sleepover with friends, about a man who broke in her bedroom in the middle of the night, and about how one of the longest and most expensive manhunts in American history led to the capture of a predator who had been hiding in plain sight for 18 years. In October 1993, 12-year-old Polly Klaas was having a slumber party at her home in Petaluma, California. Polly and two of her friends were playing board games and having fun in her bedroom, while Polly's mother and younger sister slept in other parts of the house. Around 10:30 that night, a man wearing a bandana over his face suddenly appeared in Polly's bedroom doorway. The intruder was carrying a knife and told the terrified girls to be quiet. He tied up Polly's two friends with cloth strips, then grabbed Polly and took her out of the house. The two friends managed to free themselves and immediately woke Polly's mother, Eve. She called the police, and within minutes, officers were at the house and a massive search began. The abduction of Polly Klaas became national news almost immediately. The idea of a child being kidnapped from her own bedroom during a sleepover was every parent's worst nightmare. Polly's father, Mark Klaas, and mother, Eve, appeared on television, making emotional pleas for Polly's safe return. Celebrities, including Winona Ryder, who was from Petaluma, offered reward money for information. The search for Polly was enormous. Thousands of volunteers searched fields, wooded areas, and abandoned buildings throughout Northern California. The FBI joined the investigation, and Polly's case received coverage on national news programs and shows like America's Most Wanted. Everyone was hoping that Polly would be found alive and returned to her family. Police had a description of the suspect from Polly's two friends who had seen him. They created composite sketches and distributed them widely. Tips poured in by the thousands, and investigators followed up on every lead. Despite all the efforts, there were no solid clues about where Polly had been taken or who had taken her. Then investigators caught a break. On the night of Polly's abduction, deputies from a nearby county had encountered a man whose car was stuck in a ditch on a rural road not far from Petaluma. The man claimed he had been sightseeing and had gotten stuck. The deputies helped him get his car out and sent him on his way, never realizing they had just let Polly Klaas's kidnapper drive away. When this encounter was discovered during the investigation, police tracked down the man who had been in the stuck car. His name was Richard Allen Davis, a 40-year-old career criminal with a long history of violence and burglary. Davis had been on parole at the time of Polly's abduction despite having been convicted of kidnapping and assault in previous cases. Police arrested Richard Allen Davis in late November 1993, about 2 months after Polly's abduction. Under interrogation, Davis eventually confessed to kidnapping and strangling Polly. He led investigators to a wooded area off Highway 101 where he had buried her body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of Polly's family and the entire community. Davis revealed that after taking Polly from her home, he had driven to the remote location where his car later got stuck. When the deputies arrived to help him, Polly had been alive and hidden nearby. After the deputies left, Davis strangled Polly and buried her body in a shallow grave before driving away. If the deputies had searched more thoroughly, they might have saved Polly's life. The case devastated the nation. Polly had been a bright, talented girl who loved performing arts and had her whole life ahead of her. She had been taken from her own bedroom, from what should have been the safest place in the world. The fact that police had encountered her kidnapper and unknowingly let him go made the tragedy even more painful. Richard Allen Davis was charged with first-degree murder with special circumstances, making him eligible for the death penalty. His trial took place in 1996 in Santa Clara County after a change of venue from Sonoma County. The evidence against him was overwhelming, including his confession, physical evidence linking him to the crime scene, and testimony from Polly's friends who identified him. Davis showed no remorse throughout the trial. In fact, he displayed disturbing behavior, making obscene gestures in court and showing contempt for the proceedings. During the penalty phase, when the jury was deciding whether he should receive death or life in prison, Davis's actions became even more shocking. The jury recommended the death penalty, finding that the aggravating circumstances of the crime outweighed any mitigating factors. Davis had kidnapped a child from her home, terrorized her friends, and taken her life. He had a long criminal history and had shown he was a danger to society. The judge agreed with the jury's recommendation. At his sentencing in September 1996, Richard Allen Davis made obscene gestures at the camera and showed utter disregard for Polly's family and the gravity of his crime. His behavior demonstrated the complete lack of humanity that had allowed him to commit such a terrible act against an innocent child. Polly's father, Mark Kloss, became a powerful advocate for victims' rights and child safety. He established the Kloss Kids Foundation to help find missing children and prevent abductions. He has worked tirelessly to honor Polly's memory by helping other families and pushing for stronger laws to protect children from predators. The case led to significant changes in California law. The public outcry over Davis being on parole, despite his violent history, contributed to the passage of California's three strikes law, which imposed harsher sentences on repeat offenders. The law was controversial, but supporters argued that if it had been in place earlier, Davis would have been in prison and Polly would still be alive. Richard Allen Davis remains on death row at San Quentin State Prison in California. He has been there for nearly 30 years, as California has not executed anyone since 2006. Multiple appeals have failed to overturn his conviction or sentence. He will likely die of natural causes in prison rather than being executed. Polly Kloss was just 12 years old when her life was stolen by a predator who broke into her home. She should have grown up, pursued her love of performing, gone to college, and had a family of her own. Instead, she became a symbol of a need for better protection of children and tougher laws against repeat violent offenders. Her case changed laws, inspired a foundation that has helped countless families, and served as a heartbreaking reminder of the evil that exists in the world and the importance of vigilance in protecting our children. I'm going to tell you a story about a newlywed couple on their honeymoon cruise, about a bride who mysteriously disappeared from the ship in the middle of the night, and about how a case that seemed like a tragic accident revealed troubling questions that remain unanswered nearly 20 years later. In July 2005, 26-year-old George Smith IV and his 25-year-old wife Jennifer Hagel Smith were on their honeymoon aboard a Royal Caribbean cruise ship traveling through the Mediterranean. The couple from Connecticut had been married just 12 days and were celebrating with family and friends on what was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. On the night of July 4th, 2005, George and Jennifer spent the evening drinking and partying at the ship's casino and bars. Security footage showed them returning to their cabin around 4 in the morning, with George appearing extremely intoxicated and needing help walking. Several young men who had been hanging out with the couple helped George back to his room. The next morning, passengers and crew noticed a large blood stain on the overhang below George and Jennifer's cabin balcony. The stain was visible from the side of the ship and was clearly blood. When crew members went to check on the Smiths, they found George Smith missing and Jennifer asleep in the cabin. Jennifer said she didn't remember much from the night before because she had been so intoxicated. George Smith was never found. Despite extensive searches of the ship and the water, his body was never recovered. The blood on the overhang and the evidence in the cabin suggested that George had gone over the balcony of his own cabin, falling into the sea. But the question was whether he had fallen accidentally, jumped, or been pushed. The investigation quickly became complicated. The ship was in international waters when George disappeared, creating jurisdictional issues about who should investigate. The FBI eventually took over the case because the Smiths were American citizens on an American registered cruise line. By the time investigators could properly examine the crime scene, the cabin had been cleaned and potential evidence had been lost. For young men who had been partying with George and Jennifer that night became persons of interest. These men, who were in their early 20s and from California, have been seen on security cameras helping George back to his room. They were among the last people known to have seen George alive. Their stories about what happened that night had inconsistencies and changed over time. One of the young men initially told investigators that after helping George to his cabin, he and the others had left and gone to their own rooms. But other passengers reported hearing loud voices and sounds of furniture being moved coming from the Smith cabin in the hours before George disappeared. Some passengers reported hearing a loud thud that could have been a body hitting the overhang. The investigation revealed that George had withdrawn a significant amount of money from the ship's casino ATM that night. The money was never found in the cabin or anywhere else. This raised questions about whether robbery might have been a motive if George had been attacked. The young men who had been with George denied taking any money. Forensic analysis of the cabin found George's blood in multiple locations, including on the sheets and on the balcony. The blood spatter patterns suggested there had been some kind of violent incident. However, it was also possible that an extremely intoxicated George had injured himself accidentally before going over the balcony. Jennifer told investigators that her memory of the night was fragmented due to how much she had drunk. She remembered being at the casino and bars, but didn't have clear memories of returning to the cabin. She woke up the next morning with no memory of George disappearing and was shocked to learn he was missing. The FBI investigated for years, but never filed criminal charges against anyone. The evidence was circumstantial, and there were too many unanswered questions. Without George's body, it was difficult to determine definitively whether his death was an accident, suicide, or homicide. The international nature of the case and the delay in proper investigation made building a prosecutable case nearly impossible. George's family hired private investigators and pushed for answers. They believed that George had been attacked and thrown overboard, possibly during a robbery. They felt the cruise line had not done enough to secure the crime scene or investigate promptly. They also believed that the young men who had been with George knew more than they were saying. The cruise line faced criticism for how the situation was handled. The cabin was cleaned before it could be properly processed as a crime scene. Passengers who might have been witnesses were allowed to disembark without being thoroughly interviewed. These mistakes potentially destroyed evidence and hampered the investigation. The case brought attention to the issue of crimes on cruise ships and the challenges of investigating them. Because ships travel through international waters, jurisdiction can be unclear. Cruise lines are private companies that may not have the training or resources to properly handle serious crimes. The incident led to calls for better regulations and oversight of the cruise industry. In 2013, one of the young men who had been with George that night, Rusty Kaufman, pleaded guilty to obstruction of justice in an unrelated case. He admitted to lying to FBI agents, though his lies were not specifically about George Smith's death. The plea raised more questions about what the young men might have been hiding. To this day, no one has been charged with any crime related to George Smith's disappearance and presumed death. The case remains technically open, but no new leads have emerged in years. The FBI has stated they investigated thoroughly, but did not have sufficient evidence to bring charges against anyone. Jennifer Hagel Smith has had to live with the trauma of losing her husband on their honeymoon under mysterious circumstances. She has remarried and tried to move on with her life, but the questions about what happened that night have never been fully answered. She has said she wishes she could remember more about their final night together. George Smith, 4, was a young man who should have been starting his life with his new wife. Instead, he disappeared from a cruise ship in the middle of the night, leaving behind devastated family and friends and a mystery that may never be solved. Whether he accidentally fell, jumped, or was pushed overboard, George's death remains one of the most well-known unsolved cases involving cruise ships. His family continues to seek justice and answers, hoping that someday someone will come forward with information about what really happened that night. The case serves as a tragic reminder of the vulnerabilities that exist when traveling, the importance of moderation with alcohol, and the challenges of investigating crimes that occur in international waters where jurisdiction and evidence collection can be complicated. I'm going to tell you a story about a young pregnant woman who went missing on Christmas Eve, about a husband whose story kept changing, and about how a seemingly devoted, expectant father became the prime suspect in one of the most publicized murder cases of the early 2000s. In December 2002, 27-year-old Lacey Peterson was 8 months pregnant with her first child, a son she and her husband Scott planned to name Connor. The couple lived in Modesto, California, and Lacey was excited about becoming a mother. She had already decorated a nursery and was preparing for the baby's arrival. On Christmas Eve 2002, Scott reported Lacey missing, claiming she had gone for a walk with their dog and never returned home. Scott told police that he had left that morning to go fishing at Berkeley Marina, about 90 miles away. He said when he returned home around 4:30 in the afternoon, Lacey was gone. Her car was in the driveway. Her purse was in the house, but Lacey had vanished. Their dog had been found wandering the neighborhood, still wearing its leash, suggesting something had gone wrong during the walk. The disappearance of a pregnant woman just before Christmas generated massive media attention. Lacey's family organized search efforts, and thousands of volunteers distributed flyers with her picture throughout California. Lacey's face appeared on national television as her family pleaded for information about her whereabouts. Scott appeared at some of these events, but often seemed detached and unemotional. As investigators dug into Scott's story, inconsistencies began to emerge. Scott claimed he had gone fishing on Christmas Eve, which seemed unusual. He couldn't remember specific details about his fishing trip, like what kind of fish he was trying to catch. Security cameras at the marina showed Scott's truck there, but the images were unclear about exactly what he was doing. Detectives discovered that Scott had been having an affair with a massage therapist named Amber Fry. Scott had told Amber he was single and had even told her in early December that this would be his first Christmas without his wife, implying she had died. This conversation occurred 2 weeks before Lacey actually disappeared. Amber had no idea Scott was married with a pregnant wife until she saw news coverage of Lacey's disappearance. When Amber realized who Scott was, she contacted police and agreed to cooperate with their investigation. She began recording her phone conversations with Scott. In these calls, Scott continued lying to Amber, claiming he was traveling in Europe when he was actually in Modesto participating in searches for his missing wife. His elaborate deceptions demonstrated a pattern of dishonesty and manipulation. On April 13, 2003, nearly 4 months after Lacey disappeared, a couple walking their dog along the shore of San Francisco Bay discovered the body of a baby boy. The next day, a badly decomposed body of a woman washed up about a mile away. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Lacey and Connor had been found. Their bodies had been in the water for months. The location was critical to the case. The bodies washed ashore near Berkeley Marina, the exact spot where Scott claimed he had been fishing on the day Lacey disappeared. The coincidence was too significant to ignore. Prosecutors believed Scott had killed Lacey at their home, loaded her body into his boat, and dumped her in San Francisco Bay, then created the fishing alibi to explain why he had been at the marina. Scott was arrested on April 18, 2003, in San Diego near the Mexican border. When police stopped him, his appearance had changed dramatically. He had bleached his hair blonde and grown a goatee. His car was packed with camping gear, survival equipment, multiple cell phones, and $15,000 in cash. He also had his brother's identification. It appeared he was preparing to flee, possibly to Mexico. Scott's trial began in June 2004 and became one of the most watched trials in American history. The prosecution argued that Scott had murdered Lacey because he wanted to be free of his marriage and the responsibilities of fatherhood. He wanted to continue his affair with Amber without the complications of a wife and child, rather than get a divorce. He chose to eliminate Lacey and make it appear she had been abducted. The prosecution presented circumstantial evidence, including Scott's affair, his lies, his suspicious behavior, and the fact that the bodies washed up exactly where he claimed to have been fishing. They argued that Scott had made homemade concrete anchors in his workshop to weigh down Lacey's body. Witnesses testified about Scott's strange lack of emotion and his focus on himself rather than on finding Lacey. The defense argued that someone else had abducted Lacey while Scott was actually fishing. They pointed to reported sightings of Lacey in the neighborhood after Scott said he left for his trip. They couldn't explain the location where the bodies were found or Scott's numerous lies, but they tried to create reasonable doubt by suggesting unknown assailants were responsible. Amber Frey's testimony was particularly damaging. She described how Scott had pursued her while his wife was pregnant, how he had lied about his marital status, and how he had told her his wife was gone before she actually disappeared. The recorded phone calls showed Scott's capacity for deception and his lack of genuine concern for his missing pregnant wife. In November 2004, the jury found Scott Peterson guilty of first-degree murder of Lacey and second-degree murder of Connor. The different degrees reflected the jury's belief that killing Lacey was premeditated while Connor's death was a consequence of killing his mother. In March 2005, Scott was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison. Scott Peterson spent years on death row filing appeals. In 2020, his death sentence was overturned due to jury selection issues, though his conviction remained intact. He was resentenced to life in prison without parole. He continues to maintain his innocence and has filed numerous appeals trying to overturn his conviction, all of which have failed. Lacey's family has had to live with the devastating loss of both Lacey and her unborn son Connor. Lacey's mother, Sharon Rocha, has become an advocate for victims' rights and has spoken publicly about the pain of losing her daughter and grandson to violence. The family strongly believes Scott is guilty and has opposed his attempts to overturn the conviction. Lacey Peterson was excited about becoming a mother and was looking forward to holding her baby boy. She trusted her husband completely and had no idea he was living a secret life with another woman. She and Connor deserved to live, to be a family, to have all the experiences that were stolen from them. Instead, they became victims of someone who valued his own freedom more than their lives. And their case remains one of the most tragic examples of domestic violence and betrayal in recent American history. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went missing after attending a concert, about a case that remained unsolved for years, and about how a homeless man's confession finally revealed the dark truth about what happened that night. In October 2009, 20-year-old Morgan Harrington was a Virginia Tech student who loved music and had a bright future ahead of her. On October 17, 2009, Morgan went with friends to see the band Metallica perform at the John Paul Jones Arena in Charlottesville, Virginia. She was excited about the concert and looking forward to a fun night out with her friends. During the concert, Morgan left the arena to use the bathroom or make a phone call. The exact reason isn't clear, but once she stepped outside the arena, she wasn't allowed back in due to the venue's strict no re-entry policy. Morgan was now locked out of the concert while her friends were inside. She tried to get security to let her back in, but they refused. Morgan called her friends and told them she would find a way home. She said she would get a ride or figure something out. Her friends assumed she would be okay and continued watching the concert. But that was the last time anyone who knew Morgan heard from her. She disappeared into the night and was never seen alive again. When Morgan didn't return home and wasn't answering her phone, her family became frantic. They reported her missing and a massive search began. Police reviewed security footage from the arena and surrounding areas. The footage showed Morgan walking in the parking lot area. She appeared unsteady on her feet and seemed disoriented or intoxicated. Witnesses reported seeing Morgan in various locations around the arena. Some saw her walking along nearby roads. One witness saw her get into a vehicle, though they couldn't provide detailed information about the car or driver. Morgan seemed to be having trouble and was clearly vulnerable that night. She had become separated from her friends and was alone in an unfamiliar area. For 3 months, there was no trace of Morgan. Her parents appeared on television pleading for information. Thousands of volunteers searched fields and wooded areas around Charlottesville. The Morgan Harrington case became a major story in Virginia. Everyone wondered what had happened to the young college student who had simply stepped outside a concert venue. On January 26, 2010, a farmer found human remains on his property in Albemarle County, about 10 miles from where Morgan was last seen. The remains were badly decomposed, but were identified through dental records as Morgan Harrington. She had been murdered and her body left in a remote field. The discovery devastated her family, but at least gave them some answers. Police found DNA evidence on Morgan's body that they entered into national databases. The DNA matched evidence from another unsolved case. In 2005, a woman had been attacked near the University of Virginia campus in Charlottesville. She had survived the attack and provided a description of her attacker. The DNA match meant the same person was responsible for both crimes. Investigators now knew they were dealing with a serial predator. The person who had attacked the woman in 2005 had also killed Morgan Harrington in 2009. Police increased their efforts to identify the suspect. They released a sketch based on the 2005 victim's description. They warned the public that a dangerous person was still out there. The case remained unsolved for several more years. Then in 2012, another young woman disappeared from Charlottesville. Hannah Graham, a University of Virginia student, vanished after a night out. Security footage showed her walking through downtown with a man following her. The man was identified as Jesse Matthew, a hospital orderly who lived in the area. Jesse Matthew was arrested for Hannah Graham's abduction. When police tested his DNA, it matched the evidence from both Morgan Harrington's murder and the 2005 attack. After years of investigation, police had finally identified the person responsible. Jesse Matthew had been attacking women in Charlottesville for nearly a decade before being caught. Hannah Graham's body was found about 5 weeks after she disappeared. She had been murdered like Morgan before her. Jesse Matthew was charged with both murders as well as the 2005 attack. The evidence against him was overwhelming. His DNA linked him to all 3 crimes. Witnesses had seen him with Hannah. His pattern of predatory behavior was clear. Rather than face trial, Jesse Matthew pleaded guilty to both murders in March 2016. He admitted to killing Morgan Harrington and Hannah Graham. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms in prison. He will never be released. The plea spared the families from having to endure trials, but also meant many details about the murders were never revealed. Morgan's parents, Dan and Gil Harrington, have worked tirelessly since her death to help other families dealing with missing loved ones. They established a foundation in Morgan's name. They have spoken publicly about the importance of safety and looking out for friends. They have turned their grief into action to try to prevent similar tragedies. The case highlighted several important safety issues. Morgan had been separated from her friends at the concert and couldn't get back inside. She was vulnerable and alone in an unfamiliar area. The no reentry policy that kept her locked out may have inadvertently put her in danger. Venues have since reconsidered such strict policies. Morgan's case also showed how important it is to never leave friends behind. Morgan's friends assumed she would be okay when she said she would find a ride home. They didn't realize how dangerous the situation was. The case became a reminder that people should stay together, especially at night in unfamiliar places. Jesse Matthew had been able to attack multiple women over years because he wasn't identified after the first attack in 2005. If DNA technology had been more advanced then, or if genealogical databases had existed, he might have been caught sooner. Morgan Harrington and Hannah Graham might still be alive. The case showed how important forensic technology is in catching predators. Morgan Harrington was a talented young woman who loved art and music. She was studying education and wanted to become a teacher. She had a close relationship with her family and many friends. She should have enjoyed the concert that night and gone home safely. Instead, she encountered Jesse Matthew, who saw her vulnerability as an opportunity. The Morgan Harrington case serves as a tragic reminder that predators look for vulnerable victims. That seemingly small decisions can have life-changing consequences. That friends should never leave anyone behind, and that advances in forensic science can eventually bring justice even when years have passed. Morgan's memory lives on through her family's advocacy work and through the awareness her case has brought to issues of safety and predatory violence. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who stood on his front porch, smiled into a television camera, and asked for his family to come home, even though he already knew they never would. A story about a quiet suburban house, about a man who claimed he had nothing to hide, and about how an ordinary life collapsed in the most disturbing way possible. In August of 2018, Chris Watts murdered his entire family. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, a small, quiet town, tree-lined streets, identical houses. Chris worked as an oil field operator. He was described as polite, soft-spoken, almost invisible. His wife, Shannon Watts, was very different. She was outgoing, active on social media, a mother who shared her life openly. They had 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste, both young, both deeply loved by Shannon. From the outside, the family appeared happy, but behind closed doors, the marriage was breaking apart. Chris was having an affair. Her name was Nicole Kessinger. With her, Chris felt free, unburdened, unattached. He told Nicole that his marriage was already over, that he and Shannon were separating, that there were no complications. None of that was true. Shannon was pregnant, 15 weeks along. They had planned the baby together, or at least Shannon believed they had. By the summer of 2018, Chris felt trapped by responsibility, by expectations, by the life he had built. Instead of confronting the situation, he began imagining a life without it. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip. It was late. After 1 a.m., Chris was waiting. What happened next would later change multiple times in Chris's retelling. But the outcome never changed. Shannon never left the house alive. That morning, Shannon didn't answer her phone. She missed appointments. She missed messages. Her friend grew worried and went to the house. Chris arrived shortly after police. He acted calm, concerned, helpful. He told officers his wife and children were missing. Their car was still there. Their shoes were still inside. Chris stood in the doorway and shrugged. Soon after, Chris agreed to speak to the media. He stood on his front porch, smiling awkwardly. He said he just wanted his family back, that he didn't know where they were. But his words felt empty. Investigators noticed things immediately. Chris showed no urgency, no panic, no visible fear. He avoided eye contact. He laughed nervously, and his story began to crack. Within days, police discovered the affair. They confronted Chris. He failed a polygraph test, and then he confessed. But even then, the truth came out slowly. Chris admitted to killing Shannon, then later admitted to killing his daughters. He described loading their bodies into his truck before sunrise. He drove to his work site, and there, in an act that stunned even seasoned investigators, he disposed of his daughters' bodies in oil tanks. Shannon was buried nearby in a shallow grave. The crime shocked the country. The brutality was horrifying. But what disturbed people most was how calm Chris had been, how normal. Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. In November 2018, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. He will never be released. In later interviews, Chris attempted to explain himself. He spoke quietly, without emotion. He said he wanted a new life, a clean slate. But what remained was devastation. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a woman who loved fiercely, who trusted completely. Bella and Celeste were remembered as joyful, playful, innocent. Their lives ended not because of anger, but because of selfishness. The Watts house was eventually sold, but the story remains. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger is not chaos, but silence. Not rage, but calculation, and that the people we think we know best may be living an entirely different life. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession disguised as love, about a relationship that burned intensely, collapsed violently, and ended in one of the most disturbing murders ever presented in a courtroom. This is a story where nearly every answer came from the killer herself, and each version made the truth darker. In the mid-2000s, Travis Alexander lived in Mesa, Arizona. He was charismatic, well-spoken, deeply religious, and socially successful. Friends described him as confident and ambitious, someone who enjoyed attention and had no trouble attracting people. In 2006, he met Jodi Arias at a work conference. The connection was immediate and intense. Jodi became deeply attached very quickly. She moved closer to Travis, changed her appearance, adopted his interests, and began reshaping her identity around him. Their relationship was volatile from the beginning. Passionate, on again, off again, emotionally charged and unstable. Travis tried to distance himself, but Jody resisted every attempt at separation. Friends noticed the imbalance. Jody monitored Travis constantly. She appeared uninvited. She left messages. She followed him. What Travis viewed as a relationship that had ended, Jody viewed as something she still owned. On June 4th, 2008, Travis Alexander was found dead in a shower. He had been stabbed 27 times. His throat had been slashed from ear to ear. He had also been shot in the head. The scene was brutal, intimate, and deeply personal. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a robbery. Nothing suggested a random attack. Investigators immediately suspected someone Travis knew. As police searched the house, they found a digital camera damaged, but intact enough to recover images. What they discovered would become central to the case. The camera contained photos taken on the day of the murder. Intimate photos, casual photos, and then a sequence showing Travis injured and bleeding moments before his death. The final images captured Travis collapsing. The timestamp placed the murder squarely in the afternoon. Investigators followed the digital trail. Phone records, emails, travel records. All signs pointed toward Jodi Arias. She initially denied being in Arizona at the time. She claimed she had not seen Travis in months. That lie fell apart quickly. Jodi changed her story. She admitted being at Travis's house, but claimed 2 intruders attacked them. That story collapsed under evidence. Then she claimed the killing was an act of self-defense. Each version contradicted the last. Each explanation raised more questions. Forensic evidence told a clearer story. Blood patterns showed Travis was attacked while vulnerable. Defensive wounds indicated he tried to escape. The number of injuries showed sustained aggression, not panic. The gunshot wound came last, suggesting a final, deliberate act. The trial began in 2013 and became a media spectacle. Jodi Arias took the stand in her own defense. For 18 days, she testified in graphic detail. She spoke calmly. She cried selectively. She described herself as a victim of abuse. She tried to portray Travis as controlling and violent. Prosecutors dismantled her testimony piece by piece. They presented evidence of stalking behavior. They showed how Jodi slashed Travis's tires weeks before the murder. They demonstrated how she accessed his accounts, followed his movements, and refused to accept rejection. They showed the jury how she had planned the trip, rented a car, purchased a weapon, and attempted to erase her trail. The camera images were unavoidable. The jury saw the progression from intimacy to violence. They saw Travis alive, then injured, then dying. There was no reasonable explanation for those images that aligned with self-defense. In May 2013, Jodi Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder. The sentencing phase took years. Prosecutors sought the death penalty. The jury could not agree. Eventually, Jodi Arias was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She remains incarcerated today. Travis Alexander was remembered as a man who trusted the wrong person, a man whose kindness and openness were used against him. His death was not the result of sudden rage, but of long-term obsession and entitlement. The Jodi Arias case is remembered not only for its brutality, but for its transparency. Rarely does a murder come with a visual timeline. Rarely does a killer speak so freely, so often, and so contradictorily. It is a story about obsession turning lethal, about rejection becoming unbearable, and about how the most dangerous relationships are sometimes the ones that appear passionate rather than violent. When someone refuses to let go, refuses to accept no, and refuses to release control, the outcome can be catastrophic. This case stands as a reminder that intimacy does not equal safety. That obsession is not love, and that sometimes the truth is captured not through confession, but through the silent evidence left behind. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who slowly realized that the person she trusted most was also the person she needed to fear, about a family that watched warning signs pile up while being powerless to stop what was coming, and about a crime that unfolded over years rather than moments. This is a story about control that tightened quietly, about isolation disguised as love, and about a disappearance that ended in one of the most devastating conclusions imaginable. This is the true story of Chris Watts and the murder of his family. In the quiet suburbs of Frederick, Colorado, life moved at an even, predictable pace. Rows of similar houses lined clean streets. Neighbors waved politely but kept to themselves. Chris Watts lived there with his wife Sean-Ann and their two daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, the family looked ordinary and even aspirational. Sean-Ann was active on social media, sharing moments from their lives, posting about motherhood, work, and family routines. Chris appeared calm, reserved, and dependable, a man who rarely raised his voice and avoided conflict. Inside the home, however, cracks were forming. Sean-Ann was strong-willed, outspoken, and deeply invested in her family. Chris was emotionally withdrawn and increasingly distant. Over time, Chris began detaching quietly. He stopped engaging. He avoided conversations. He responded with silence rather than argument. Friends noticed that Sean-Ann was anxious, trying desperately to hold things together, sensing something was wrong, but unable to identify exactly what it was. What Sean-Ann did not know was that Chris was living a separate emotional life. He had begun an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. With her, he presented himself as a man starting over, someone unburdened by family responsibilities. He spoke about wanting freedom, about feeling trapped, about imagining a different life. The relationship intensified quickly. Chris began to view his family not as people, but as obstacles. In August 2018, Sean-Ann traveled to Arizona for a work trip. She was pregnant with their third child. While she was gone, Chris continued seeing Nicole, reinforcing the fantasy of a life without his family. When Sean-Ann returned home late on the night of August 12th, something inside Chris had already shifted beyond return. What happened in the early hours of August 13th would dismantle the illusion of normalcy forever. That morning, Chris Watts reported his wife and daughters missing. He claimed Sean-Ann had taken the children and left after an emotional conversation. He appeared calm when police arrived. He stood on his front lawn, speaking softly, asking for their return. But his demeanor felt wrong. There was no urgency, no panic, just stillness. As investigators entered the home, they noticed immediately that Sean-Ann's car was still there. Her purse was inside. Her phone was found between couch cushions. Her medication was untouched. These were things she never left behind. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, loading items into it for nearly an hour. The story Chris told began to unravel almost immediately. Police interviews revealed inconsistencies. Chris avoided eye contact. His answers were vague. When asked direct questions, he paused too long, as if calculating rather than remembering. Investigators asked him to take a polygraph. He agreed. He failed. Confronted with the results, Chris first claimed that Sean-Ann had killed their daughters and that he had killed her in a moment of rage. The confession did not hold. Evidence contradicted it. The truth, when it finally emerged, was far worse. Chris admitted that he had strangled Sean-Ann in their bedroom. He admitted that his daughters were still alive afterward. He loaded their bodies into his truck and drove to an oil site where he worked. There, he smothered Bella and Celeste and disposed of their bodies in oil tanks. He buried Sean-Ann in a shallow grave nearby. The calmness with which he described these acts stunned investigators. There was no explosion of anger, no loss of control. It was methodical, planned, quiet. As details became public, the nation struggled to reconcile the image of Chris Watts with the reality of his actions. Interviews surfaced where he smiled awkwardly, pleading for his family's return, knowing exactly where they were. Body camera footage captured him standing in his empty home, detached and eerily composed. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Sean-Ann Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a woman who loved her children fiercely and fought to hold her family together even when it was slipping away. Bella and Celeste were remembered for their laughter, their trust, and their innocence. The case remains deeply unsettling, not because of mystery, but because of clarity. There was no unknown intruder, no complicated conspiracy, just a man who decided that erasing his family was easier than confronting the life he had built. What makes this story linger is how ordinary it began. There were no obvious warning signs that screamed danger, just silence, withdrawal, emotional absence, and a slow internal shift that no one else could see. It is a reminder that some of the most devastating crimes are not driven by chaos, but by quiet decisions made long before the final act. Decisions that unfold behind closed doors, hidden beneath routine, until the damage is irreversible. And when the truth finally arrives, it does not come with drama. It comes with emptiness, a house that will never feel full again, and a question that has no answer. How did something so ordinary end in something so final? I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared while going about an ordinary day, about a family that trusted the systems meant to protect them, and about a crime that unfolded slowly, quietly, and almost invisibly. This is a story about missed warnings, about manipulation hidden behind charm, and about a predator who operated in plain sight for years before the truth finally caught up to him. This is the true story of Kristen Smart. In May of 1996, Kristen Smart was a 19-year-old freshman at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo. She was friendly, independent, and excited about college life. She called her parents often. She made plans for the future. She was known for being responsible and cautious, not the type to vanish without explanation. On the night of May 24th, Kristen attended an off-campus party near the university. It was loud, crowded, and filled with students celebrating the end of the school year. Kristen became intoxicated and struggled to walk on her own. Several students noticed her condition and tried to help her get back to her dorm safely. One of those students was Paul Flores. Flores insisted on walking Kristen home. Witnesses later recalled that Kristen appeared uncomfortable but too impaired to argue. She was last seen around 2 in the morning, walking with Flores toward the dorms. He was the final confirmed person to see her alive. Kristen never arrived at her dorm room. When she failed to show up for work the next morning, friends became concerned. Her parents were contacted. Police were notified. Searches began almost immediately, covering campus buildings, nearby fields, and wooded areas. Flyers were distributed. Students were questioned. The campus atmosphere shifted from carefree to fearful within hours. Paul Flores quickly drew attention. His statements to police were inconsistent. He claimed he left Kristen near her dorm and walked away. But witnesses contradicted him. Some reported hearing sounds near his dorm room that night. Others described his behavior as nervous and evasive. Despite this, there was no physical evidence tying him directly to a crime. Days turned into weeks. Searches expanded. Cadaver dogs alerted near Flores's dorm room, but no body was found. His room was eventually cleaned and reassigned. Potential evidence was lost. The trail went cold. Kristen Smart had disappeared without a trace. For years, the case remained unresolved. Paul Flores was questioned repeatedly, but never charged. He moved away. Life went on for many people, but not for the Smart family. Kristen's parents refused to let her name fade. They organized searches, distributed flyers, and kept pressure on law enforcement. They spoke to the media constantly, reminding the public that their daughter was still missing. Over time, disturbing patterns emerged. Women began coming forward with stories about Paul Flores. They described unwanted advances, inappropriate behavior, and assaults. Some said he had drugged them. Others said they had narrowly escaped dangerous situations involving him. Yet still, no charges were filed related to Kristen's disappearance. Decades passed. Then, advances in technology and renewed investigative effort finally reopened doors that had long been closed. In 2020, law enforcement executed new search warrants on properties connected to Paul Flores and his father. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the deck of his father's home. Soil samples showed signs consistent with human decomposition. The findings were grim. Prosecutors alleged that Kristen Smart had been murdered and buried beneath the deck. then later moved to another location. Although her body has never been recovered, the evidence told a story of concealment, assistance, and silence. In 2021, Paul Flores was arrested and charged with Kristen Smart's murder. His father was charged as an accessory after the fact. The arrests came nearly 25 years after Kristen vanished. During the trial, prosecutors laid out a narrative built on witness testimony, forensic findings, and patterns of behavior. They argued that Paul Flores had taken advantage of an intoxicated Kristen, killed her, and relied on his family's help to hide the crime. The defense claimed there was no body, no definitive proof, and no certainty. But the jury listened carefully. In 2022, Paul Flores was found guilty of first-degree murder. His father was acquitted of accessory charges, but the central truth remained. Kristen Smart had been taken, killed, and hidden, while the man responsible lived freely for decades. Kristen Smart's body has still never been found. What makes this story especially haunting is the length of time it took for accountability to arrive. A young woman vanished from a college campus surrounded by people. Warning signs were present early. Suspicions were strong. Yet years passed before action was taken. Kristen's parents never stopped searching. Their persistence kept the case alive when it could have been forgotten. Their refusal to move on forced the truth back into the light. This case is a reminder that justice does not always arrive quickly. Sometimes it moves slowly, burdened by mistakes, fear, and hesitation. But sometimes, even after decades, it still finds its way. Kristen Smart was 19 years old when her life was taken. She should have returned home that night. She should have been protected. Instead, she became a name that echoed for years, carried forward by a family that refused to let silence win. And because of that refusal, the story did not end in disappearance. It ended in truth. I'm going to tell you a story about a quiet disappearance that unfolded in plain sight, about a family that believed answers would come quickly, and about how time can stretch suffering when the truth refuses to surface. This is a story about routine, about trust, and about how an ordinary evening can quietly become the last chapter of a life. This is the true story of Maura Murray. Maura Murray was a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She was intelligent, athletic, and private. Friends described her as disciplined and driven, but also under immense pressure. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Maura's life appeared to be slowly unraveling in subtle ways that did not seem alarming at the time. She had recently transferred schools. She was balancing demanding coursework, clinical training, and personal struggles. There were signs of emotional strain. A minor car accident, a shoplifting incident, phone calls that left her visibly shaken. Nothing criminal, nothing extreme, just the quiet accumulation of stress. On February 9th, 2004, Maura sent emails to her professors stating that there had been a death in her family and that she would be away for a few days. There was no death. She packed her belongings, withdrew nearly all the cash from her bank account, and left campus in her car. No one knew where she was going. Later that evening, Maura's car was found crashed along a rural road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. The damage was minor. The airbags had deployed. There were no skid marks suggesting high speed. A local bus driver stopped and spoke briefly with Maura. She appeared shaken but uninjured. She declined help and said police had already been called. They had not. When officers arrived minutes later, Maura was gone. There were no footprints in the snow leading away from the scene that could be clearly identified. No witnesses reported seeing her leave. No belongings were taken except what she could have carried on her person. Her car was locked. The area was quiet, dark, and cold. She vanished into the night. At first, investigators believed Maura may have left voluntarily. Perhaps she wanted time alone. Perhaps she was avoiding trouble. But as days passed with no contact, concern deepened. Maura had never disappeared before. She had strong ties to her family. She did not pack enough supplies to vanish long term. Search teams combed the surrounding woods. Helicopters scanned the area. Dogs tracked scents that abruptly ended. There was no sign of Maura anywhere near the crash site. Her family refused to give up. Maura's father, Fred Murray, became the driving force behind the search. He returned to the area repeatedly, organizing searches, speaking to the media, and pressing law enforcement for answers. Each year that passed only sharpened his determination. Theories multiplied. Some believed Mora had succumbed to the elements, and her body remained hidden in the dense wilderness. Others believed she had accepted a ride from the wrong person. Some suspected she intended to disappear, though there was no evidence she had the means or desire to do so permanently. The lack of evidence was maddening. No phone activity, no financial records, no confirmed sightings. The road where her car was found had seen traffic that night, yet no one reported seeing Mora after the crash. It was as though she had stepped out of existence. As time passed, the case drew national attention. Independent investigators arrived. Online communities formed. Every detail of Mora's life was examined repeatedly. Innocent moments were scrutinized for hidden meaning. The absence of answers created space for endless speculation. But speculation did not bring closure. What makes this case particularly haunting is how ordinary it feels. There was no dramatic confrontation, no known enemy, no obvious motive. Just a young woman, alone, under stress, making choices that led her to a dark road on a winter night. If Mora walked into the woods, why was nothing found? If she accepted help, who offered it? If she intended to start over, how did she disappear so completely? Years turned into decades. Mora Murray remains missing. Her family continues to wait, to hope, to search. The uncertainty has become its own form of pain, stretching endlessly without resolution. Every unanswered question lingers, suspended in time. This story is not about violence confirmed or guilt proven. It is about the terrifying fragility of routine, about how quickly a normal day can fracture, about how some disappearances do not announce themselves with chaos or noise. They happen quietly. They leave behind absence. And sometimes the most chilling cases are not the ones with clear endings, but the ones that leave us staring into silence, wondering how someone can simply vanish without a trace.